Hello, hello, everybody. This is the Friday live stream. Hope you guys have had a good Friday so far. Let's try to have some fun. Sorry for being late. I had some technical issues. Now we're talking. Hello, Sweet Body Fit. Hello, Rusty Shackelford. Hello, John Smith. Matt Mick. And everyone else. Oh, and Sea of Glass. How are you doing? 1 second, guys. I'm going to close this window here. I'll play some music for you guys. All right, guys, I have a question. Any geniuses out there? Have you guys ever dealt with a game crashing and refusing to open? I was going to play some Total War Medieval 2, and it just refuses to. It keeps saying the system is crashing. It's like so annoying. I don't know what to do. 1 second, guys. Hold on.
свист комет, быть кем угодно, лишь бы не собой. Никогда не будет лучше, чем вчера. Я тебя предупреждал. При луне ломая шифер по ночам. Помни все, что я сказал. Вспоминай, забывай, засыпай, оживай, ожидай. Убегай, убивай, погибай, находи или теряй. Вспоминай, забывай, засыпай, оживай, ожидай. Убегай, убивай, погибай, находи или теряй. Вспоминай, забывай, засыпай, оживай, ожидай. Убегай, убивай, погибай, находи или теряй. Вспоминай, забывай, засыпай, оживай, ожидай. Убегай, убивай, погибай, находи или теряй. Вспоминай, забывай, засыпай, оживай, ожидай. Убегай, убивай, погибай, находи или теряй. Вспоминай, забывай, засыпай, оживай, ожидай. Убегай, убивай, погибай, находи или теряй. Этот день не забылся, что мне обещал, забыл, и куда ты пропал? Среди сотен домов лиц людей и машин я плетусь в стороне. Не скрой нас,
Sorry about that, guys. I had to do something real quick. Sorry about that. I'm doing well, Julius. My apologies, guys, for this inconvenient way of managing this stream. How are you guys doing? I just have a question for all the geniuses. Hello, Pure Chopium. Shalom Alaikum. Okay. I've been playing video games for a long time. Like a really long time. Okay, pretty much my whole life I've been playing video games. And I recently got into this game called Total War Medieval 2. And this is probably the greatest game I've ever played in my life. It is so addictive. It is like cocaine for the brain. It is unbelievably good, this game. It is so damn good. Oh, man. It is so good. And I was going to play it for you guys. And I was going to show myself playing Total War Medieval 2. And it refuses to open. I don't know what to do. It just says, oh, it quit unexpectedly. Medieval 2 Total War unexpectedly quit the last time it was run. Would you like to... I don't know what's going on. Does anybody know how to fix this problem? Any geniuses out here in the chat who know how to fix this issue? Hello, Orthochristos. Does anybody know how to fix this? It keeps it refuses to open. So I don't know how to fix this. I restarted my computer. I reset the damn thing. I don't know what to do. Should I update the computer to like Sonoma? It's been working fine. Try keeping your saves and uninstall and reinstall. Oh damn. How do I keep my saves though? Okay, hold on. I think I can do this. Hold on. System preferences. One update. Apple ID. Okay, hold on. Maybe this will work. I was going to play it with you guys. I played it last night. It was such a fun game. You have to go in the file. No, it's not on Steam. I got it on my Mac here. I bought it on the Apple Store. You have to go in the file folder. Okay. File folder. Okay, hold on. File folder. Help me out here. Help a millennial boomer. Okay, hold on. Let me see if the Apple Store got anything. Copy and save the save files. I gotta be Neo from the Matrix to figure this out. Is it an app? It's an app on my computer. If an app, you can reinstall the app. Okay, hold on. So I should just delete it from my computer and then just reopen it on the App Store. Okay, hold on. Let's see if this works. I did this with the Resident Evil game and it worked fine. So let's see if I delete it here. Move to trash. Okay, hold on. Move to trash. I was going to play it with you guys. It's such a good game. I mean, it's such a good damn game. All right, let's see if we can... All right, let's reinstall it. All right, so it's reinstalling. It's going to take a little bit of time, though. So as we're waiting, we can continue just chatting here. There was something else that I wanted to bring up with you guys. Let's see here. I'm looking at the installation load up page here. Hold on, I want to make sure this thing works. It's going to take some time though, but I think by then we should be good. All right. Is this thing working? All right, it looks like it's downloading. All right, it's downloading right now, so let's see if this works. I think it will. My dad is still alive, yes. So this thing is downloading right now. All right, it's downloading. It's working. It is working. So we'll see. Within the time frame of this stream, it'll be done. It's not going to take that long. I mean, it's going to take an hour at least, but it shouldn't be that long. All right, what do you guys got for me? Been a crazy day. Posted a video about the rise of people hating Jews, and oh, I love it. I love YouTube. Hold on. I love YouTube. I love how when you tell people about something, and I love it when you tell people like, "Hey, I have this observation. Society is heading towards this route, or is heading towards this ideology or way of thinking," and then people in the comments are like, "No, you're wrong," and then proceed to behave in a way that matches exactly what you're worrying about. It's like, hey, I think a lot more people are hating Jews now, and as time goes by, hatred towards Jews is going to become more and more common. And then everyone in the comment section is like, no, Ted, you're wrong. We actually hate Jews. See, you're wrong. And I'm like, you do realize you're proving my point, right? You do realize you're proving my point. If everyone in the comment section just said, Ted, what are you talking about? I don't hate Jews. What are you talking about? I've never met anyone who hates Jews. What are you talking about? It's like if I said, hey, a lot of people hate black people. There's a lot of people out there who hate black people. And then people in the comment section pop up and they're like, no, you're wrong. We actually hate black people. See, that's why you're wrong. It's like, well, you're proving my point. People keep pointing to me why they hate Jews. People keep telling me why they hate Jews. Like, dude, I've literally heard everything you have. Almost everything that I talked about in the video as to why people hate Jews, people brought it up in the comment section as if I didn't say that in the video. For example, people are blaming the migrant crisis on the Jews. And then people in the comment section are saying, Ted, you don't understand. Jews brought the migrants. I said that in the video. Hello, Goose Hunter. One thing that I have noticed, guys, here's the thing. Here is the thing. Here is the thing about generalizations, okay? I don't like it when people make generalizations about any ethnic group. Any ethnic group, I don't like it when people make like broad, sweeping generalizations. For example, I have seen many cop videos. I have seen videos of police officers arresting people, and I have seen videos of police officers shooting people who deserve to be shot. Criminals who fire on officers, or they try to stab a police officer, things of that nature. And one thing that I have noticed is numerous times police officers arresting people who are of minority ethnicities, so they're either Hispanic or they are African American, and them telling the police officers, oh, you white people are fill in the blank. Oh, you white people. Oh, you white folks are ... And this is one thing that I've noticed. And that is extremely dangerous. And before I tell you why, I mean, we all know why it's dangerous, right? But before I further explain, let me go feed my fat ass cat because he is a hungry bastard. I'm so sorry, guys. I really apologize for this inconvenience. Hold on. I love this song, so I'm going to pause it. Okay, here we go. Veritas says, I've been a gamer since way back in the day. Used to do networking with liquid cooled maxed out PCs. Awesome. Croatia is Israel of the Balkans. Croat Israeli Brotherhood forever. Single blood, two faiths. Awesome. Based. $30 pull-ups in a row. That's pretty impressive. The distinction should not be ethnic. It's ideological. I agree. It shouldn't be ethnic at all. None of this stuff should ever be ethnic. It should always be ideological. So going back to what I was saying, so you see these videos of people who are Hispanic or African American telling a police officer, you white people are this. And this is becoming very common, right? Amongst minority groups in the United States, where they'll say, you white crackers are this. And they use this pejorative language when speaking about white people. And it is very disturbing. One of the reasons why this is so dangerous is that when you legitimize generalizations like that, then you legitimize all generalizations. So wokeism, ideology is all about bashing white people. That's where a lot of it. That's what a lot of it is. A lot of wokeism is just like, white people are blah, 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 blah. And this is so tremendously destructive. I mean, it is so destructive because it does two things. One thing is that it legitimizes crime. It stokes up, it promotes criminal behavior. Because you have these people who say, well, white people did me wrong, therefore I am justified to do whatever it is that I want, right? Break a store, break a window, crash a car, turn over a car, attack a police officer, things like that. We saw this in 2020 with George Floyd. This is no secret. This is not like a conclusion that I came to from some serious analytical studying. Like, this is just, it's just common sense, right? When you start saying America is built on white supremacy, America is built on white people enslaving colored people, blah, 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 white people are evil, yada, 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 you are promoting abuse. That's what you are promoting. You are promoting abuse. Part of this phenomenon can be seen in the Karen phenomenon. So the phenomena of the Karen, and I've talked about this before. I talked about this before in one of my prior videos. I did a whole video in defense of Karens. You can go look it up. It's on my YouTube channel. The thing with the Karen stuff is just part of it. You see, I think initially it was about annoying women who try to control people. For example, I don't like that you're painting your house a certain color and I'm going to go call the HOA, like that kind of stuff. But it became, and it is, very racially based now. Now it's connected somehow to race. I've seen a lot of these videos where you'll have some woman complaining about rowdy teenagers in a pool, and then somebody holding the camera will say you're a racist or whatever, and the video will go viral. The video will go viral, and the people will be saying that this is a racist woman, when the reality is that you had a bunch of teenagers, Hispanic teenagers, or African American teenagers, who were causing a giant damn disturbance. You have some Hispanics, and they're bringing Julio and Tito and Jose. They're bringing in Eduardo, Moises, Michael. They're bringing every cousin from every corner of the neighborhood to a pool that can only fit like 50 people or something. And you got 355 Mexicans who have overran the pool. And not only that, it's not like they're all behaving themselves. They're all playing football in the pool. Come on, we've all seen this. If you live in the United States, you've seen this at least one time in your life, right? They're playing football in the pool, and they got two teams, and you got like 8 fat Mexican guys. And they're the linebackers, and you got the thin ones who are the quarterbacks. And God, dare you say anything? Dare you say anything? And then you have Uncle Julio, who's grilling up carne asada, and he's drinking Corona, and they're playing Daddy Yankee on the radio or some shit. Like, I would be freaking. I honestly, I hate that kind of behavior. Now the barbecue stuff, not a big deal. I like barbecues. I've been to Mexican barbecues. My mother's from Mexico, so the barbecue part, I don't mind. What I don't like is when you go to a pool and they got like 50 teenagers and they're playing football. I've seen this so many times. Well, I've seen this numerous times. They're playing football in the pool, and dare you say anything? You say something and you could get brain damage. Because we all have seen the videos of these teenagers beating people up. God help you. They could give you brain damage. So a woman will complain, and she'll say, listen, you guys are making noise. And then somebody will pull a camera out and say, you're a damn racist Karen. Well, that's a bunch of bullshit. She's not a racist. Don't call her a Karen. Just because she complained about you being asinine and annoying doesn't mean that she's this annoying, controlling person. She's just annoyed by you. If anyone's being annoying, it's them. I've seen this behavior too many times. I mean, it is terrible. And it's very annoying. So then people will come out and say, oh, look, she's a racist Karen. No, those people were just annoying brats. Now, I've seen this thing. I saw this video. This was a very famous case of the quote unquote Karen. This case took place in New York City. I'm pretty certain it was New York City. And they said racist white Karen harasses innocent black bird watcher. This was the story. Big headline news. And it went viral all over the world. Yeah, Jaime and Alfonso, yeah. Yeah, Eduardo, Julio, Moises, Jaime, Alfonso. I'm trying to think of other ones. Esteban, what else? Mario, that's another. So there was this story, right? And it went viral. And they said, evil white racist Karen attacks just a poor black bird watcher who just wants to look at birds. It's all he's doing. He wants to see some pigeons on a tree. And this evil woman comes along and she's like, get out, I'm going to call the police. And they're trying to make it out like she came to this guy and she's like, get out of here. I don't like looking at your damn kind. And that this is New York for one thing. Come on, this stuff doesn't really happen. I mean, it does, but this story was not that, okay? So in the video, in the way that they presented it, it was Jesus, yeah. It was she holding her dog leash, and then she's on the phone and she's calling the police, and she says I'm gonna tell them that I think this thing is too loud. Hold on a second, guys. Is this thing too loud? Let's get the sound back up. I think the sound should go a little bit down. Yeah, I think that's good. How about now? Is that better? How about... Fuck. Man, this thing. What a pain in the ass this thing is. Alright, I think that's good. Alright. I think we're good. It keeps hitting the red. I don't want it to hit the red. Okay. So anyway, she's like, I'm gonna tell the police that, you know, I think she says something like, I'm a white woman and there's this black guy who's harassing me. And they said, oh God, racist and blah, blah, blah. This is so terrible. So this guy, so people were believing this narrative that this poor black guy, he's just watching his birds. He just wants to watch some pigeons. I mean, what other bird do they have in New York? Pigeons, right? They just got pigeons. They're shitting all over the place. They're shitting all over the cars. So, it's not too loud? Okay, good. So, then the bird watcher guy goes onto Facebook and begins to brag about how he posted the video. And when you look at the caption that he put, the words that he put in there to describe his video, he said, hold on, I don't understand. Is it too loud or what? What's going on here? Help me out. Is my voice too loud? Where is give me some input here, guys. Help me out. Should I lower the gain here or what? What should I do? It's too loud or what? Help me out here. You're fine? I think the volume is fine. Okay. All right, we're good. Sounds normal to me. Okay. Awesome. It's good. Okay. I don't want to blow up anybody's eardrums because sometimes the gain is a little too much. But anyway, so this... have a drink. That's not a bad idea. It's medium rare loud. Sound is fine. Okay. All right. So anyway, this guy goes on to Facebook, and he says, and he's a homosexual guy, okay? And so he says, I walked up to this lady And I told her that I was going to give her dog a dog treat and kidnap her dog. And then she flipped out. So let me get this straight. You walk to a woman, a dog owner, and you tell her, I'm going to give your dog a treat so I can kidnap your dog because I want to look at pigeons taking a shit. And then when she freaks out, you're like, pull the camera, racist. No, she was having a meltdown because she thought that you were going to kidnap her dog. But you see, these stories are spread around and they go viral. And I think they go viral for a reason. I think that there is a conspiracy to foment racial antagonism. Do I have a piece of paper that says, oh, here's the plan, it leaked out, government leak? No, I don't. But just from observation, I think what's been happening since, I don't know, I can't pinpoint the date when this began, but I really began to notice it. I really began to notice that it's become worse in, I want to say in like 2013, 2014 is when I started to notice that it's getting bad. Well, even before that with the Trayvon Martin thing, that was horrendous. But there is, I believe, a conspiracy to foment racial hatred. And part of that is the Karen. You see? Part of it is the Karen, right? Like, oh, these white women are just awful and they're just terrible. Yeah, white women are so awful. Everybody wants to marry them. That's another thing that I want to tell these people. Help me out here. I didn't really prepare for this video. Help me out here. Isn't that a phenomena, or am I the only person who notices this? How come everybody wants to marry white women? Everybody. Everyone I've ever met in my life wants to marry white women. And then you'll meet people who are like, I want to marry a Mexican. Yeah, you want to marry a white Mexican. You want to marry one whose ancestors came from España. That's who you want to marry. Help me out here. Am I the only person who notices this or what? Like, you have Indian guys who come to America. You think they're eyeing Indian women? They want white chicks. Why is this? I've noticed this. I've been noticing this for years now. Help me out here. Even like when I lived in Mexico for over a year. I lived in Mexico for like a year and 3 months. And who were the girls that everybody wanted in the school? It was the ones whose ancestors came from España. Help me out here. I don't know what's going on. I've been noticing this since I was in middle school. And why is it that when black men become famous and wealthy and influential, they always go with white women? Help me out here. I've seen this so many times. I've seen African Americans when they become famous actors, when they become famous musicians. Why do they always go with white chicks? I've noticed this. I don't know why. I don't know why they don't. Because I've been hearing for my whole life that black is beautiful. So I'm just confused. I don't really know. Help me out here. You know, help me out here. Somebody help me here. What's going on? Can somebody help me with this? I'm just confused. I've seen so many times rappers, African American musicians, actors. I'll check out their girlfriends, their wives. White. Help me out here. What's going on? It's just confusing. I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't want to press anymore. Well, unless somebody has some serious input on this, I don't want to make a huge deal of this. But I've noticed this my entire life. I've never really seen. Maybe because they don't want to end like Will Smith. But even if you look at, well, okay, I'm gonna leave it at that. Mestizo girls are gorgeous, but they have ancestry to Spain. Is it just advertisement, though? Or is it just that they find those women more attractive. That's the question. I only ever see Indians with Indian wives. Well, yes, but in like university and stuff like that, or at high school, I don't remember seeing them going after Indian chicks. I don't think I ever saw an Indian with white. Okay, maybe it's just me. I don't know. But every time I see actors and musicians, they go with the white chicks. I've noticed this. I've noticed this for a long time. It's a beautiful day today, guys. It's nice and cloudy and gloomy. My kind of weather. I don't really like sunny weather. I don't like blue skies. I don't like excessive sunlight. I definitely don't like hot summer sunlight. I love clouds. I love rain. I love gloomy weather. I love fog. To me, the simple pleasures of life. Fog in the morning, fog in the evening, a foggy night, a foggy morning. Thick billowing clouds, black and gray, covering the sky. Lightning bolts beaming out of them. The sound of thunder. I just love that weather. I love it. Different dynamic between white women and black men and white women. Okay. Okay. Oh gosh. What was I going to talk about? So yes, I think that for a long time there has been this conspiracy to bring tension. I don't really know who's doing it. I don't really have any serious evidence. This is just my hunch, right? So you see it with the whole Karen thing, and you see it with BLM, and you see it with just this hatred towards white people, and you see it. You definitely see it. And what does that cause, right? Hatred towards the other people. So you have white people who hate blacks and they hate Jews. You have blacks who hate whites. You have people who hate Middle Eastern folks. And a lot of that has to do with Islamic terrorism and people thinking that all Middle Eastern people are terrorists. I remember years ago I was watching Michael Savage, or listening to Michael Savage. He's a radio host in California. He doesn't do radio anymore. He just has a podcast. I listen to him on YouTube sometimes. But I used to listen to him every single day. And I remember somebody called him up and said, Michael, I live in Michigan, and I am sick and tired of seeing these Middle Eastern people. They are awful. They are terrible, terrible people. There are awful people, and they're awful. I'm tired of looking at them, tired of seeing them, Michael. I'm sick of seeing them. And Michael Savage said, well, you know, not all Middle Eastern people are Muslim. They are also Assyrian Christians. And he said, Michael, they're all the same to me. And that is exactly what I'm talking about. And what the wokists did is they legitimized racism. That's what they did. They legitimized it by talking about white this, white that, white folks this, white folks that, white folks this, white folks that, white folks this, folks white. You just legitimize racism. Because people aren't stupid. Don't ever underestimate people. That's one of the biggest mistakes that we do as humans, is we underestimate people. We think this guy's a weakling and he'll kick your ass. We think this guy's a fatty, I could probably beat him up and he breaks your ribs. Don't ask me how well, you don't have to ask me. I'll just tell you, when I was about 18 or 19 years old, I was training in martial arts, and there was this Hispanic guy who came in, and he was very, very fat. Now, I never underestimated him, but I could tell you right now that other people probably did underestimate him because he was short and he was fat, but he was also an experienced boxer, and he was a black belt in Taekwondo. I can tell you right now, this guy landed a kick on me, and he landed a brutal right hook to my ribs. And to this day, I remember the pain that I felt, especially the pain that I felt when I woke up the next morning. It was awful, and the pain lasted for about a month. That's how bad it was. 1 month of pain. Couldn't laugh, couldn't cough, couldn't sleep comfortably. So don't ever underestimate people. Don't ever think that because somebody is a fatty, that he's a weakling. Don't ever think that somebody is a weakling because he's too thin. Never underestimate people, and never think that people are stupid. Because even if nobody's really stupid. I don't really believe that people are stupid. I think that people are either ignorant, or they are in denial, or they refuse to see the truth. But I don't think people are stupid. I don't think people are stupid. I think you can take somebody and teach them calculus. Just because they don't know calculus doesn't make them stupid. It just means they don't know calculus. But I'm pretty certain you can teach people trigonometry, right? So nobody's stupid. And if you keep saying things like white this and white that, you shouldn't ever think that you can get away with that for that long. Because now what has happened is a response, right? That's what's going on right now, is a response. And people will say, and people have been saying this for years, if you are going to attack people as white, if you're going to say, you white people, then why can't I say you black people? If you are going to generalize whites, then why can't I generalize blacks? They tried to counter this argument by saying, well, because whites have the power. Whites have the power and blacks don't, so therefore blacks cannot be racist no matter what they say. Only whites can be racist. Now, there are two responses to this, or there's several responses that you can say to this. One is, okay, so you're saying that I can go to China and I can call people in China pejorative words for Chinese people, racist words for Chinese people, and you're saying that I should expect them to like that. Well, no, don't do that. Well, why not? Aren't Chinese people in China the majority? Don't they have all of the power? If I go to Israel and I call Jewish people in Israel the K word, which is a very bad term, it's a very bad word to say to Jewish people. It's a racist word for a Jewish person. If I say that word and they get upset with me, are you going to condemn me, or are you going to condemn the people who would be upset at me? Well, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't say that. Well, why not? In Israel, don't Jews have the power? Aren't they the majority? Another response to this is, well, since there are a lot of Jewish people in the United States there are a lot of wealthy people in the United States who are Jewish. They are Jewish people who own sports teams. There's a lot of sports teams that are owned by Jews. A lot of production companies, music labels that are owned by Jews. There are a lot of Jews who are in Hollywood. They have very powerful positions in Hollywood. They have a lot of wealth. Because those Jews have so much wealth, can I then say racist or anti-Semitic conspiracy theories? Would that be okay? Well, no, because, well, hold on, but those people are powerful. So why can't I? Because Jews are overrepresented, from what I've heard. This is what I've heard. I've heard that Jews are overrepresented in the music industry, the film industry, the arts, heavily represented in politics. So why can't I say terrible things? So when you start making these arguments about white people, and you say white people this, white people that, white people this, you've just legitimized racism. That's what you did. You've opened up the box, so to speak. You have opened up Pandora's box. That's what you've done. And that's what we're seeing. That's what we are seeing. We are seeing the result of the box being opened. And that's it. It's as simple as that. So white people this, white people that, white people this, white people that. And then, well, don't be surprised when people start talking about Jews. Don't be surprised when people start saying things like, well, you know, a lot of Jewish people are running the pornography industry. A lot of Jewish people are running Hollywood. A lot of Jewish people are in the banking industry, the financial sector. A lot of Jewish people are in the music world. And what's going on here? They have all this power. What's happening? Blah, 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 blah. A lot of Jewish people are liberals, and they are pushing for immigration, lax immigration policy, et cetera, et cetera. This is what has been being said for a while now, within this decade and also in the last decade. I got into an argument about this with somebody that I used to work with years ago. And I told this person, he had a gripe with the Jews. This person had a gripe with the Jews. He didn't like Jews. And I told him, I said, because he says, he would tell me, a lot of Jewish people are in the pornography and they're in Hollywood. And he just told me all the stuff I already said to you guys. And I said to him, here's the problem. You want to go and say the Jews, and you want to make these broad generalizations about this group of people. And he'll say, but I want to talk about how they have power here and there and there and here. And I said, here's the problem. The problem is that you're not balanced. You're not balanced. That's the problem. You want to make these broad generalizations. You don't want to pre-qualify any of your statements. You don't want to describe any sort of nuances. You don't want to bring up what other people do. You have no balance. You don't want to say, hey, there's a problem here. They are Jewish people who are evil and they're doing this. But at the same time, there's other people who are not Jews who are involved in this. And you don't want to say, hey, we have to look at this through a Christian lens. And we have to look at things with a Christ-like love. Like, we have to look at everything with a Christ-like love, right? Or else we become Pharisees. You don't want to do that. And I said, here's the problem. The problem is that we don't live in a balanced society. This is what I told this guy. We don't live in a balanced society. We live in a very unbalanced society. We live in a very pagan society. And when you live in an unbalanced society, that is not a Christian society, that is a pagan society, then you have extremes. You have people who say, "Oh, I'm a Catholic, and I agree with using, this type of rhetoric, and I agree with bashing the Jews and this and that and this and that." You're not a Christian. I don't think you're a Christian. I think a lot of these people who are trads are just Nazis in disguise. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry to say this, but this is just what I think. I've met a lot of trad Catholics in my life, and a lot of them were Nazis. Come to grips with that reality. I mean, it's the truth. A lot of these trad cats are just Holocaust-denying Hitler lovers who want to LARP for Nazism. But anyway, I told this guy, we live in a very unbalanced world. And when you live in an unbalanced world, you live in a world of extremes. And that's the problem. We live in a world of extremes. So if I say, some liberals are right about some things. Oh, you're a cuck, you're a bootlicker, you're a lefty, communist, whatever the hell you want to call me. If I say, you know what, conservatives are right on certain things. Great example. Perfect example. J.K. Rowling. What happened? What did J.K. Rowling say that caused a violent uproar against her? I don't like J.K. Rowling. Okay, I think she's a crazy woman. She wrote this book, Harry Potter is garbage. They tried to force me to read it when I was in 5th grade. I refused. What did J.K. Rowling say? She said, trans women are not women. And people just went nuts. They went completely nuts. They went completely nuts. Boycott the video game, boycott the movies, boycott everything. JK, boy, she's terrible. They made it like she was just this monster for saying this. And it's like we live in a world of extremes. It's an understatement to say that it is an extreme position that a man can be a woman. That is an extreme. To say that that is an extreme position is an understatement. And if someone disagrees, they're monsters. I mean, this is partially what made Jordan Peterson so famous, because he said something about the trans stuff, the trans cult, and people blew up. And they said, "Look at this monster," and that's what helped make Jordan Peterson so famous. Hello, Joshua George. That's what made Jordan Peterson so famous. It wasn't just Jordan Peterson. It was the response to Jordan Peterson that made Jordan Peterson famous. People have these extremes. Another example that I will bring up: The Passion of the Christ, masterpiece of a film, one of the greatest movies ever made. Passion of the Christ. And the way that people responded to that movie, the way that Jewish people responded to that movie, was very extreme. It was very extreme. And I remember that film. I saw it in theater when it came out. Back in 2005 it came out? 2004? I said something about trad Catholics, and now it's like you're all not. A lot of trad Catholics are Nazis. I'm not saying everybody is. I'm saying a lot of the ones, especially the ones that I met. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're a Nazi just because you go to the Catholic. You're saying I'm a Catholic, I'm a Nazi. I never said that. A lot of these trad Catholic SSPXers. Just because you're a Catholic doesn't mean you're a trad, okay? You got to make a distinction between a Catholic and a trad. There's trad and then there's Catholic. Trad is a whole different subgroup. Just because you go to Latin Mass doesn't make you a trad Catholic, by the way. I went to Latin Mass. I'm not a trad. Never considered myself a trad. But what was I going to say? Yeah, The Passion of the Christ. I saw that film when it came out in theater, and it was a beautiful film. And it was accurate to the text. It was true to the text of the New Testament. Do you see what I mean? It was true to the text of the New Testament. From Judas Iscariot throwing the coins to Jesus stepping on the serpent. Well, that wasn't in the New Testament, but when Jesus was sweating blood, to the Virgin Mary weeping on Mount Golgotha. It was a very accurate film. And Mel Gibson simply took the New Testament and he just made it into a movie. He took the story in the gospel and he made it into a movie. That's all he did. He didn't say anything about the Jews. He didn't say, he didn't add any text to it. There was no subtext. There was no subtext. There was no insert. He didn't insert anything in the movie. Like, it was just the movie. And people lost their minds over this movie. They were boycott the movie, do this, don't watch it. It's anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic. And I remember before watching the film I remember hearing that this film is anti-Semitic. And I watched that movie in the theater. Man, that was back in the day when the theater meant something. Remember back in the day, man, people went to the movies. Remember back in the day when people went to the movies? People went to the movies. Now that's like a thing of history, man. I remember those days. I get emotional thinking about it, like the movie theater, with the popcorn. You walked in and the loud noise and just boom. This is beautiful. And that movie theater was packed. Every seat. It wasn't like today. You walk into a theater, like two people watching a movie. Everybody was in the theater. Everybody wanted to go see Passion of the Christ. Everybody was there to watch that movie. So I sat my ass down. I watched that movie. Man, it was an experience, let me tell you. It was an experience to see that movie, to see Jesus on the cross. I get goosebumps thinking about it. I walked out of that movie theater like spiritually renewed. I came out of that theater. I came out. My mind was awakened completely because you saw it. You saw crucifixion for what it was. It was no joke. Like, oh, you ever watch the old Jesus movies? Yeah, okay. This was serious. It was like nails to the hands. They're ramming the crowns down his head to his forehead. Blood's dripping down his face. He's getting whipped. There's a claws on the whip, and they're tearing his flesh off his back, and it's just a masterpiece. And I came out of that theater and I thought, we had a friend with us. She was from church. She was a lady from church. We came as a group, so we had all these people from church with us and everything. So I'm in the parking lot, and one of the ladies from the church, I never forget it, she said that film was anti-Semitic. I kid you not, I heard this. Kid you not, I actually heard this. And there were people there who said, what are you talking about? There was nothing, I don't understand, how is this film anti-Semitic? It's about a rabbi who got crucified. How is this anti-Semitic? It's about a rabbi who got crucified by other rabbis. That's what this movie's about. A rabbi got crucified by other rabbis. If it's anti-Semitic to talk about a rabbi that got crucified by other rabbis, then you know what? The rabbis who crucified the rabbi are anti-Semitic if that's the case. And she said, I think the film was anti-Semitic. Whatever. But the response to that movie was so extreme. And I remember my father was very big in the Zionist movement. So I met a lot of Jews, okay? Here's the thing. All of you people who got, I don't want to say you got mad at me, but all the people who disagree with my last video on the whole Elon Musk situation and just what I said in general, here's what you don't understand. Here's what you don't understand. Everything that you said in those comments, I've already heard. And here's another thing. I am willing, I'm not going to say bet because I could be wrong, but I am pretty certain, I'll just say it this way. I am pretty certain that I've had more experience with Jews than all the people commenting on that video. I'll just say it right now. I have probably had more experience with Jews than any of the people who commented underneath that video. Because listen, I'm from Northern California, okay? Basically, we're the third Israel. Okay, you got Israel, you got New York. Wait, is it the third Israel? Let's see, hold on. Israel is the first Israel. New York is the second Israel. New Jersey we're the fourth Israel. California is Israel number 4, okay? And I used to hang out with Jews all the time. All the time. So we had this Jewish woman for dinner one night. And she was from LA, and she had a show in Los Angeles. She had a little TV thing going on, a little TV show in LA. And she said, "Oh, I've met," and she had the typical accent, "Oh, I've met Tom Hanks, I've met this," and she's naming all the actors that she's met. "Oh, you met Tom Hanks? What kind of guy was he?" "Oh, Tom Hanks is great. He's great. He's great. Oh, he's great. Oh, I met this actor. Oh, he's great. He's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful," right? So then I said, "Have you ever met Mel Gibson?" Now, I asked her completely innocently. I wasn't trying to provoke her or anything like that. And she said, "Oh, don't get me started on Mel. Don't get me started on him." I said, "I don't understand." She said, "Don't get me started on Mel. Oh, don't get me started." And I said, "I don't understand. What's the problem?" And she said, "I hate him." She said, "I hate Mel Gibson. I hate that man." Why? He made that terrible movie. That terrible movie. And she hated Mel Gibson. because he made the Passion of the Christ. Now, isn't it very disturbing that people would hate somebody for making a movie that was accurate to the gospel? What does that tell us? Now, again, if Mel Gibson did the film on Jesus, and he was accurate to the text, right, true to the text, but then after the film, he puts some text on the screen and it says all the Jews are fill in the blank, and then Jews got mad because of that part, then that would be understandable, right? They're not in that case, they would not be mad at the film, but they wouldn't be mad at the accurate depiction of the gospel. They would be mad at that opinion. That would have been understandable, but that's not what happened. What happened was they were enraged to an almost murderous level at a film because it was accurate to the gospel. So what does that tell us? It tells us that they hate the gospel. They don't just, it's not like, see, when they say, oh, because Christians were anti-Semitic in the past, blah, blah, blah. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about just a movie about the crucifixion. And they're mad about that. That's like if I do a film on the Armenian genocide and all the Turks are mad. And all the Turks are like, ban this movie! And they're like, boycott this movie! Yell at him, yell at him, yell at him, yell at him! And they will want to kill the director. And you would think, why are these people so mad? Why? Why are they so mad at this? Oh, because they did the Armenian genocide. Well, not them personally, but their great-grandparents did the Armenian genocide, right? Their country, their people, their Ottoman Empire that they're so proud of did the Armenian genocide. And they're mad that someone would point that out. Do you see what I'm saying here? It's a crime of the past that they still want to cover up. Another example that I can think of is they did a memorial to all the women that were raped by the Japanese army in New Jersey. All the Korean women that were raped. And Shinzo Abe got so mad. Shinzo Abe, the prime minister of one of the most wealthy countries in the world, Japan, wrote an article for the newspaper in New Jersey to say why this memorial shouldn't be there. Yeah. This is why I still talk about Japan. You have people who are like, why are you talking about Japan? It's over with. Because the Japanese don't want to come to grips with their past. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them don't want to come to grips. That's why I still talk about this. That's why people in China still talk about this. That's why Koreans still talk about this. That's why anyone who has suffered a Japanese occupation are still talking about this. So Japanese nationalists get upset when you bring up Nanking. Turks get mad when you bring up Armenian genocide. And Jewish people get upset when you bring up the crucifixion. It's an extreme. You see what I'm saying? Oh, and Ukrainians get mad when you bring up Volhynia. That's correct. So these are extreme positions. Very extreme positions. So what's going on here? We live in a world of extremes. So they get mad at a film because it's accurate to the gospel. They don't want to talk about what this film has to show or what the film shows. They don't want to talk about it. They hate it. They hate talking about it. There's something definitely spiritual in this, right? I mean, if that gets you mad, there's something spiritual about it. Why do you get mad about this? So we live in a world of extremes. You know, we live in a world of extremes. We live in a world where it's white people are this, it's Jews are that. We live in a world of extremes. And there's something else that I want to add to this, and that is that this anti-Christianity has continued on, and anti-whiteness also has continued on. And you can't continue on with that as long and think that there's not going to be a response. There's going to be a response. And that's the thing. So here's the thing. I did a video yesterday, and I said, okay, Elon Musk agreed with this guy who said that the Jews foment hatred towards whites, and that he doesn't feel, to use his terminology, he does not give the tiniest shit about Jews who are worried about immigrants who hate Jews. And Elon Musk said, yeah, you're right. It's a pretty disturbing thing to agree to, right? That you don't care about people's fears, that you don't care about the fears of Jews in regards to immigrants who hate Jews. Like, that doesn't bother you, right? I mean, it's understandable. It's understandable that Jews would be scared of Muslims in their neighborhood or in their country, because a lot of Muslims hate Jews. So this guy's saying, I don't give a shit about those people. F them. Because they foment hatred towards whites. And Elon Musk says, yeah, I agree with you. Now, as I said in the video, this is an indication of what we're heading to, right? It's an indication that the world is turning against the Jews. And I've been saying this for years. The world is turning against the Jews. Just as the world turned against the Jews in the Holocaust, or before the Holocaust and during the Holocaust. The world turned against the Jews. A lot of the world did. That's why the United States didn't want any Jewish refugees. America did not want Jewish refugees during the Holocaust. They didn't. They rejected them. Just like they reject people who flee suffering in the Middle East. We don't want them. They didn't want them. And, well, history is rhyming, is what I'm trying to say. How long have I been talking for? And how is this video game doing? Oh, we're not even close to being done. How long have I been streaming? An hour. I think we should have a beer. Let's have a beer, guys. I'm gonna get a glass. 1 second. All right, Blue Ribbon, America's finest cheap beer. Here we go. Cheers, everybody. Oh, that's good. It's the spot. Especially after having McDonald's. I had a Big Mac today to fuel my brain for this for this live stream. So before the Holocaust, all right, basically the narrative was that the Jews are behind communism. The Jews are communist. The Jews push homosexuality. That was another one. That the Jews pushed homosexuality. And that the Jews want Germany to be controlled by the Soviet Union. Now, there was an incident in Germany. I'm trying to remember it. There was a communist revolution in Germany. Before World War II. Let me look it up real quick. I think it was called like the Spartacus movement. Yeah, so in 1918 to 1919, there was a communist revolution in the Weimar Republic. Or sorry, before the Weimar Republic, but it eventually resulted in the establishment of the Weimar Republic. So there was a communist revolution, and these commies wanted to take over Germany. And if they would have succeeded, that would have led to Germany being controlled by the Soviet Union. So there was a huge fear about communism in Germany. Huge fear. That's why they're. That's why they were so. That's why they were so enamored by Adolf Hitler. That's why they revered him, because they thought he was a hero. They thought that he was going to save Germany from the communists. And that's why I think you'll see people like in the crowds and they're looking at Hitler and they got their hands up and they're crying and all this stuff, because they saw him as their hero. That's what they saw him as. They saw him as their hero, their savior. So you had a communist revolution in Germany, and it was a pretty big deal. It was like they were terrorists, right? They were the communists were like terrorists. So what happened? Well, those communists, they were Jews, right? Not all of them, but a lot of them were Jews. So Jew became associated with communism. Jew also became associated with degeneracy, degenerate behavior, degenerate art, etc., etc. And so the Jew became the enemy. And it was within this ideological paradigm that the Holocaust was considered to be justified. And it came to the point where you had Jewish people who were just regular folks being dragged into ghettos and then into concentration camps and death camps like Auschwitz or Ravensbrück or Dachau. And that's what happened. And what do we see today? Jews are becoming associated with what? Bringing in the refugees, bringing in immigrants. It's because of them that we have the refugees, right? Just like Jews were associated with a communist takeover, Jews are now being associated with an Islamic takeover of Europe, or an immigrant, non-white takeover of the Western world. So Jews are also being associated with what? Degeneracy. Pornography. I remember getting an anti-Jewish pamphlet in front of my house. I mean, it's so creepy, guys. This happened to me last year. It was so surreal. It was so surreal. I think I'm going to change the music. I think I'm going to play a little Polish doomer music. Let's go from Russia to Poland. There's one Polish doomer playlist that I really like from Katowice. The Katowice one is my favorite one. You have Poznan, Krakow. This Russian music sounds like Midwest. It sounds like Midwest emo. Where's Katowice? Yeah, Katowice. The Katowice Polish playlist is my favorite. Karl Marx, yes, that was one of the things that was pointed to. Guys, here's the thing. I did my video in regards to the growing trend of hatred towards Jews. And this is most of the people in the comments section disagreed with me. I don't know what what was their disagreement about. I don't know, but they were saying, I was simply saying that the Elon Musk story is an indication of a growing hatred towards Jews. And people in the comment section said, "No, Ted, you're wrong. This is why we don't like Jews." And then they would proceed to describe why they don't like Jews. And it's like, you guys don't understand. You're literally proving my point. You guys are literally proving my point. You're not saying, "Ted, I've never met a Jew hater in my life." You're giving me every single talking point that people use to justify hatred towards Jews. And I can almost guarantee you that I've had more experience with Jews than anybody in that comment section. And I can tell you right now, I've had personal experiences with Jews who were pure evil. Pure evil. And they didn't say like, "Oh, I hate white people." No, they just hated Christians. They hated Christians. They were extremely arrogant. They were extremely condescending. They were very abusive in their behavior. Abusive to waitresses, abusive to staff, abusive to employees. They wouldn't pay employees, things like that. They were, these ones that I knew, they were just nasty people. Very nasty people. But I've also met Jews who were also very good people. So I've had more experience with Jews probably than most of you here. My father was very big in the Zionist movement, so I've met a lot of Jews in my life. They're not all evil. There are some who are evil. But here's the thing. I have known white people who are not, people of European descent, who were pure evil as well. Pure evil. Okay? I have met black people who were awful. I've met Hispanics who were awful. Do I go out and say, I've had terrible experience with Jewish people. I have had terrible experience with Jewish people. Certain Jewish people. It's a fact. And I can tell you guys all about it. I've had terrible experience with them. I was in a situation where a group of people who were Jewish tried to hijack my website and completely destroy it. And they almost did. And they hated me. Why? Because I stand up for Christian principles. And they didn't like that. So I've had my experiences. It's not like I'm just sitting here, But even though I've had these terrible experiences, I still do not believe in making broad generalizations. I've had bad experiences with Hispanics. I've had bad experiences with whites. I've had bad experiences with other Middle Eastern people. I've had bad experiences with black folks. I've had bad experiences from every ethnic group. And I still do not believe that we should speak in this manner. The Jews foment hatred towards whites. The Jews do this. The Jews do that. And I've noticed this growing. I've noticed this growing hatred. I've noticed this growing hatred, and I remember years ago getting a pamphlet on my front door about how evil Jewish people are. I couldn't believe it. It was like on the front door, how evil Jewish people are. And how Jews dominate the pornography, and the Jews do this, and the Jews do that, and the Jews do this, and the Jews do that, and the Jews do this. And it's like, well, what the hell's going on here? What's going on here? You can point to these things all you want. You can point to them. The problem is that when people begin to generalize any sort of group, then that leads to hatred for people who have nothing to do with what you're talking about. And that's the problem. How do I join in for a live talk? What do you want to talk about? I saw the pamphlet right there in front of my house. Couldn't believe it. It's just like this never happened to me in my life. All of a sudden getting anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish pamphlets. I don't know. It's crazy. Anyway, what are you guys drinking? It's true, though. Okay, things are true. Here's the problem with this way of thinking. Is when people start saying the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, guess what? Oh, maybe that Hitler guy was right. Oh, maybe they lied about the Holocaust. Oh, maybe Hitler was correct about something. Maybe he was right about something. Maybe he was... And then Nazism all of a sudden starts being seen in a positive way. And that is the danger behind this sort of language. And there are Jewish people who aren't like this. There are Jewish people who aren't for communism, or they're not for whatever degenerate behavior is out there. They're not for these things. What the fuck? Oh, sure. Yeah, TT. Okay, you're the... I remember you. Yeah, you wanted to talk about the Catholic stuff. Sure, hold on. Do you have Discord? How do I find people on Discord again? I don't remember. How do I... Oh, okay, yeah, sure. If you want to talk, I don't know how long you're going to take, but I should be here. Just whenever you're ready, just put your Discord name on there so I don't have to scroll way back up to find you. I didn't know this lady was talking about killing her friend. Let's see, there was some other music that I wanted to... Oh, damn. Alright, guys, I want to do a... I appreciate that, Double T. Discord is the most convoluted platform ever. They make it so confusing. I have no idea what is going on. Discord. How is my Apple download doing? It pisses me off so much. This game that I was playing, guys, this game, Medieval 2 Total War, this game is so good. This game came out in 2006. I'm like, where the hell have you been my entire life? Listen, I've been playing console games my whole life. I had the N64. I played Mario Kart, Super Smash Brothers. I played World Is Not Enough, Mario Tennis. And then when I got the GameCube, you know, it was all about Metroid Prime, Resident Evil 4, Freedom Fighter. What else did I play? I mean, I got this Rainbow Six, whatever. What else did I play on the game? I played a lot of different games on the GameCube. So many different games on the GameCube. What else did I play? I played a lot of games. I don't remember all of them, but I played a lot of games on GameCube. And then I got the 360. You know, played Halo, and I played all this other stuff. And then I got the Xbox One, and then I played Red Dead Redemption and all the other games. Played all the different Resident Evil games. And then I got the Xbox One. I'm playing Modern Warfare and all this other stuff. And I'm like, man, these games are so good, cool. And then I look at these MMO games, right? Like World of Warcraft. And I'm thinking, man, them games look hella boring, right? And then I see these nerds on the internet, and they're crying about how, gaming is not the same as it used to be. Games today suck, blah, blah, blah. Nothing can beat the games from the early 2000s. And then I started playing Total War, Medieval 2. I got the game, right? And I started playing it. I started playing it at like 5 a.m., dude, I was playing it until 9 a.m. This game is so awesome. In this game, I can start my own empire. I pick so they allow you to pick different empires, right? So you can pick the English Empire, England, Spain, France, Byzantine Empire. I picked the smallest empire ever. I picked Venice. I picked the Venetian government. The Republic of Venice. And man, I'm taking territory. Byzantium has declared war on me. Holy Roman Empire declared war on me. I declared war on the Holy Roman Empire. I randomly, even after making an alliance with the Holy Roman Empire, I decided to just attack a military base for the Holy Roman Empire, and I lost. The Byzantine Empire, for some strange reason, decided to declare war on me. I have no idea. I didn't do nothing to the Byzantine Empire. But they decided to declare war on me. So I had a open field battle with the Byzantines, defeated the Byzantines, decided to invade Egypt. I invaded Cairo, got into a number of naval battles, all for the exception of one, I lost. All of which, for the exception of one, I lost. And then the Byzantine Empire decided to make a treaty with me, which I agreed to because I couldn't get any damn boats around anywhere. They wouldn't let me get my ships anywhere. They were constantly attacking my ships, these damn Greeks. So I agreed to the terms, and Byzantium said, "We'll make a peace deal with you as long as you give us full control over your island." I had to agree. I had literally no choice. Byzantium was crushing me. Every naval battle, they were destroying me. And they were just utterly wiping me out. And so I was like, okay, I got to do something, right? So Byzantium says, okay, here's our terms. We control your island, the island of Kirandion or whatever it's called. I said, okay, fine. Here's the island. They put all their troops on the island. It made me think about real politics. It made me think, I'm like, man, this is how real politics works. This is how real politics work. Because if I can't get my ships around, I can't make money for my republic. If I don't make any money for my republic, people starve. People starve. My city will be invaded, will be enslaved, will be killed. I have no choice but to make terms, to make concessions with someone who's stronger than me. And that made me think about Nagorno-Karabakh. Nikol Pashinyan, basically, Armenia lost the war against Turkey. Oh, it was Azerbaijan, but Turkey's proxy is Azerbaijan. And Nikol Pashinyan just said, take it. It belongs to Azerbaijan. Just go ahead and take it. And all them Armenians were pissed off. They were up in arms about this. And they were saying, oh my God, Pashinyan, you damn traitor. You traitorous bastard. You gave away Nagorno-Karabakh. And they're hating on Pashinyan. And I'm thinking, hot damn, I'm playing a video game and I'm already giving up. I'm already ceding territory to Byzantium. And I'm pretty certain if I was a real life emperor and I gave away an island to the Byzantine Empire, there would be people rioting about me saying this bastard traitor, he gave away Kirong Dalion or whatever the name of the island is. And I'm just like, guys, I had no choice. If I don't give away this island, Byzantium is not going to let me get my ships through. I can't do commerce. You guys starve. So I'm thinking that's why Nikol Pashinyan gave up Nagorno-Karabakh. Because them Turks told them, listen, if you don't give us Nagorno-Karabakh, you're going to end up on a skewer. You're going to become a kebab. That video game, Total War, it teaches you more about politics than any book I've ever read. It does. It teaches you about politics. I mean, that game is just, it's a fun way to learn about politics, geopolitics. The Pope sent me a letter. I attacked the Holy Roman Empire. Why? For fun. I found a base, or a Holy Roman Empire base, with only about 42 soldiers. I hit it with like 300 soldiers. Problem is, I forgot to bring catapults, so I couldn't even penetrate the walls. And the Germans, the Austrians, they just stayed in their base. They didn't even do anything because they didn't have to. So, I declared war on the Holy Roman Empire. And the Pope sent me a letter, and the Pope is like, hey, you better make peace with the Holy Roman Empire. Because if you don't, I'm going to excommunicate you. And if I excommunicate you, your people can revolt. And then you're not going to get anywhere. You ain't going to get a damn thing. You ain't get no money. You ain't going to get nothing. So I got the letter from the Pope, and I was like, screw you. And then I heard, wait a second. If I get excommunicated, my people can revolt against me. Oh, damn, I better be nice. So I sent an emissary to the Holy Roman Empire. We made a ceasefire. We did a ceasefire agreement. We agreed to renew our friendship. Then the Pope sent me a letter and said, thank you so much for making peace with your fellow Catholic. I had no choice. This is how politics works. And politics has never changed. Strategy has never changed. It's all been the same. So when you see a politician and he's ceding something or he's giving up on something, a lot of people go, "This is a sellout." Well, if you were in his situation, you would do the same thing. Because there are forces at work in politics that you don't see. There's threats being made. There's espionage being done. There are assassins. There's all sorts of stuff that's going on in politics. Proxy wars. I mean, all sorts of stuff. So this game is awesome. For some reason, Byzantium, after making a peace deal with me, and after I gave them the damn island, okay, here's the island, leave me alone, let my ships pass. Byzantium decided to break the alliance. Byzantium decided to break the treaty with me. I have no idea why. And the Holy Roman Empire, for some reason, got upset with me after I invaded Cairo. And maybe it had... Oh, I think I know why. See, I was wondering why did the... Because I made peace with the Holy Roman Empire, made peace with the Habsburgs, whatever they were called. Then they broke the Holy Roman Empire decided to renew their animosity towards me. And I was wondering why, because it seemed out of nowhere, but I think I know why. I invaded Cairo without the Pope's blessing. And then after invading Cairo, I made a peace agreement with the Egyptians. And then the Pope wrote a letter, or I got an announcement that because I invaded Cairo, the Pope pulled out his crusading forces from Cairo, essentially saying, "How dare you do a crusade without the blessing of the Vatican?" And then after I invaded Cairo and I got that announcement, Holy Roman Empire declares war on me. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I might have to fight a war on two fronts. Yeah, I offended the Pope. I might have to fight a war on two fronts. Because now I got the Byzantines to deal with, and I got the Holy Roman Empire. So, and they're pissed off at me. And I'm just poor little Venice. I'm just trying to make some money. You know, the Ottoman Empire approached me. And they were like, hey, you want to make a deal? And I said, yeah, sure. So I'm thinking, oh my goodness, here I am making a trade deal with the Ottomans. What's going on? Why am I doing this? Well, because you have to. You got to make money. I think my saves are still going to be good because I deleted Resident Evil 8 and then I reinstalled it and it worked fine. Like all my saves were there. It worked just fine. Wait. I have BattleNet. I wonder if can I get it on BattleNet? I don't think so. Man, we're not even halfway done with this freaking download. Oh my gosh. I was so excited about this game. This is one of the reasons why I did a live stream today. I really wanted to play Total War with you guys. And the bastards, oh, it doesn't work. Literally, like right before doing a live stream, it just stopped. It just decided not to work. Theodore, did you ever play? Okay, so Pure Tropium says, Theodore, did you ever play the Mount and Blade series? They changed up the name of countries, but it's really fun. It can go from Byzantium to Mongolia. Mount and Blade, is that is that Bannerlord? Bannerlord is a game that I really want to start playing. When I'm done with Total War, the next game that I really want to buy is Bannerlord. Ooh, that game looks good. That game looks so good, dude. It looks so cool. It's like an Elden Ring, but I think Elden Ring was overrated. The problem with Elden Ring is that it was a beautiful game to look at. Music was great. But it just seemed like I'm in limbo. The game felt like I was in a nightmare. Did you guys ever get that feeling? I felt as if I was in a dream. You know when you feel like you're in a dream? You know when you're in a dream and you feel like you're in limbo. Everything feels so distant. Everything feels so disconnected. There's no love in a dream. There's no sense of warmth. You feel dread. You feel emptiness. You feel detachment. You feel like you're in hell. And that's what Elden Ring felt like. It felt like I'm in a dream. And what I did not... One of the things that made me feel this way, and this is one of the things that I really don't like about Elden Ring, is, for example, if I go back to Limgrave, right? Let's say I go to Limgrave. You go to the Limgrave, and this is the case for every location in Elden Ring. You have the same soldiers, and they're in the same exact position. And then they're in this zombie-like state, and you aggro them, and they come after you, and it's just the same thing. It's just the same thing. And that's what Elden Ring feels like. And after playing it for so long, I just got tired of it. I got tired of that feeling that you're just in Limgrave and it's just this dreary music in the background and you have the same 8 soldiers in the same position. They're going to do the same thing to you. You know exactly what they're going to do. And you go up the road. There's that parade of soldiers and there's peasant people or counts or whatever the hell they are. And you keep going and there's a dragon there and there's like a giant mouse and the mouse wants to kill. This game is not interesting. It's not really it's not an interesting game. It's not a beautiful game. It's not a fun game. It's not an engaging game, you know? And yeah, Veritas says finally someone agrees with me about Elden Ring. Yeah, it's just a very exhausting game. Like, okay, I have to go to this area to get this thing and then fight this guy. Okay, fine. And then you finally go, right? You finally go to the area, and then you die, and then okay, what do I do now? Well, yeah, you got to start all over, and then you got to walk back to that area. So you go to the, what do they call, the site of grace, and then you go to the area, you go fight the boss. The boss kills you, and the boss battles are so annoying in Elden Ring. And then you go back to the site of grace, and then you got to walk all the way back. Can't you do like a checkpoint? Can't you do like a save, like an auto save thing where I just restart at the boss? Why do I have to go walk 2 miles, again? And it's just, oh my God, it's so annoying. It is just such an annoying game. It's such an annoying game. And you have the sword. People are like, oh yeah, I got the sword, man. And then you get the sword, and the sword moves like this. And he goes, and then he goes, shh, shh. It's like, dude, this shit, this thing with the sword, this movement here, this is like 2005 level motion. This is the type of shit that you would see in Resident Evil 4 when Leon would use the knife. He'd go, shh, shh. What is this garbage? It's just garbage. It's such a boring game, dude. I hated playing it. I would play like 20 minutes of Elden Ring, and that was enough for me. 20 minutes, I'm out. I'll play I'm done. I can't play this damn game. And then you go to some university, and they got like kids crawling like freaking snakes, and they're like, oh, dude, this is Hogwarts. Is this like I'm in Hogwarts? The little witch boys are coming. They're like, oh, this is a nightmare. Crap. But then you play Total War. Wait, I can have my own empire? Yeah. Wait, I can make deals with whoever I want? Yeah. I can declare war to whoever I want to declare war? Yep. I can make diplomatic relations with people? Yep. I can break diplomatic relations? Yep. I can make alliances? Yep. I can break those alliances? Yep. I can make peace deals with people? Yup. I can make trade deals? Yup. I can send ships and make money? Yup. I can send merchants and make money? Yes. I can invade Africa? Yes. I can invade England? Yes. You can do it. You got to build your empire. You're going to have consequences for your decisions, but those are all your decisions. And I can kind of guide this story to where I want to guide it. Yup. You can make your own damn story. I can vote for the Pope? Yup. I can vote for a cardinal? Yup. I can vote for... I can arrange marriages? Yeah. Oh, I can... What else can I do? Like, you can do anything that is involved in empire building. Now, that shit is fun. And the music in the game is so relaxing. Dude, playing this game, it's like mesmerizing yourself. You're enchanting yourself playing this game. It's mind control, this game. I'm playing the game, and they got this like Baroque music playing in the back. This game's a masterpiece. This is a masterpiece of a game. This is the great... I played Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. I played Metroid Prime. I played almost all the Resident Evils. I played a lot of the Modern Warfare games, Battlefield. I played a lot of games. I have never in my life played a game as addictive as Total War. Total War, Medieval 2. Shadow of War was a great game. And here's the thing about Shadow of War. It wasn't that well recognized. That's the thing that I don't understand about Shadow of War. You play Elden Ring. Dude, this is how the sword mechanics in Elden Ring are. The guy pulls his sword out. This is what he got. He goes, shh, and it makes this noise. Dude, in Shadow of War, you press some buttons, and it does a cinematic movement, and it's like you're watching a medieval version of Jason Bourne. Like, you can have 8 orcs around you, and one orc comes, and you're just like, shoo, shoo. You pull like some gladiator shit. You're just like, shoo, shoo, shoo. It's like cinematic movements. And then the other orc comes from behind. He tries to hit you from the back. You turn around, shoo, slice his head off. And everyone comes from the other side. You turn around real fast. Boom, boom, we hit some buttons. And man, it does like this crazy cinematic, like you're watching a movie. Then when the orc comes and attacks you, the orc's like, I like man flesh. I like the taste of man. It's like such a disturbing game. Dude, Dying Light 1, I hated that game. Dude, I played the first game. I saw the second game, and I said, hell no, I'm not going to play Dying Light 2. I played Dying Light 1. Dying Light 1, probably the worst game I've ever played is Dying Light 1. I'm telling you, Dying Light 1, the first Dying Light game, was so bad, dude. I hated that game. This was Dying Light 1. Dying Light 1 felt like you were in a dream. Dying Light 1 is a game that takes place in Iraq. They don't say it's Iraq, but it's Iraq. You're in Iraq, and there's a zombie apocalypse in Iraq. And the zombies can run like 80 miles an hour. They're the fastest zombies I've ever seen in a game. And you have like 500 zombies walking around your house. And they're like, okay, you're in your house, but you got to go to this checkpoint, and you don't got no guns. And the only way you can get a gun is you got to go find it. And to find the damn gun is a pain in the ass. So I got no guns. I got a crowbar or like a sledgehammer or something. And the zombies are coming out. And I got 500 zombies on my ass. And they're running 80 miles an hour. And they're like, rah, 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 and I got no guns. The game is so... if you have motion sickness issues, never play Dying Light. You will vomit. Because you have to be so fast in Dying Light 1. You walk out of the house, and there's 800 zombies coming after you. And you have to, you have to run and climb walls and jump up and jump down and jump up walls and hop over walls and hide and run and hide and just to get somewhere. You feel like you're in a nightmare. And then you go into the checkpoint. You go into the checkpoint, and you're like, okay, now what do I do? Okay, you got this thing. Now you got to go run back and run again and run. Dude, I hated this game so much. It was so uninteresting. It was so erratic. It gave me motion sickness. And this song is awesome, by the way. And it gave me motion sickness. And it was very irritating and annoying. It was the most annoying game I've ever played. I hate Dying Light. I saw the second one. I watched a little bit of the second one. And I said, nope, they're doing the same shit as the first one. And I didn't want to play it. I don't want to play a game that irritates me. Elden Ring was another game that irritated me, and I don't want to play it. I don't want to play an irritating. I like to play games that are fun. If I'm not having fun, if I'm irritated, then I'm not having fun. I'm irritated. Elden Ring is a very irritating game. The fight mechanics pretty much I don't like the fight mechanics. There's no cinematic attacks like you would get with Shadow of War, which was amazing. Another game that had great cinematic attacks was the Jason Bourne video game. I don't know if you guys ever played it, but I remember playing it on GameCube. Great game. Cinematic attacks. Absolutely awesome. If you're playing a game and you're just irritated all the time, a little bit of irritation is fine. But if it's just constant irritation, why are you playing this game? Elden Ring was an irritating game. I have never played a game as irritating. I know I said Dying Light. I actually want to say Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring takes the cake as the most irritating game I've ever played in my entire life. They have you fight this obese demon monster, and the damn thing was impossible to kill. And the thing would roll around the room and run super... It's like, how do I do this? How do I beat this guy? The only way I could beat him was if I hit him with a poison dart and then ran away from him as he was dying from poison. And then he died. And then I had to fight this golden knight to get into not Limgrave. What's the name of that city in... what's the name of the city? Isengard. What's it called? The city in Elden Ring? It wasn't Limgrave. Was it Lighting or something? Lindell. Dude, to get into Lindell, you have to fight this knight. This knight, oh my gosh. He has a horse. He has a fire-breathing horse. And he fires lightning bolts on you. Dude, he fires the lightning bolts, right? And you don't know when these lightning bolts are going to pop up. You're like, I don't know what to do. And people are like, oh, dude, the samurai sword is the best sword. No, it's not. I had the Ichigitana, the Nagakiba. I had these swords. Dude, these swords suck. Yeah, the greatest movement on the not the Nagakiba, on the original samurai sword they give you. There's a move on there. It's called Unsheath. The Unsheath attack is really powerful. You hit it, and you get you inflict massive damage on the enemy with that the Ichigitana, right? Uchigitana. With the Uchigitana, you do the Unsheath, and then you inflict some pretty good damage on a guy. But when you're fighting a boss, when you're fighting a boss, dude, even the Unsheath attack suck. I mean, the Unsheath attack, it just sucks. And you're trying to fight this like horse knight, and the horse breathes fire, and then he lights lightning bolts at you, and he does this. It's like I don't know what to do. I don't know. Just dude, I find the only way that I was able to beat that guy is I hit him with a poison. I hit him with poison, and then I just watched as he died. That was, and then I got him to Lindell. Dude, Dying Light. I hated Dying Light so much that I didn't do any of the side missions. I said I just want to beat this game. I just did everything that was necessary of me to beat the campaign mode, the story, and I'm done. That game sucks. I need a game that inspires me. I need a game that's entertaining, that's fun, that I want to go back and play again. That's how I know a good game. Resident Evil 4, Far Cry 5, Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. These were great, great games. Now I'm playing Total War. I mean, and Bannerlord, I think Chopium said something here about Bannerlord, that it's less about combat and more about commanding an army. I still think that's pretty cool. I can't believe that trash Elden Ring game beat out God of War. Yeah, I haven't played God of War, but a lot of games are. I don't know how Elden Ring just dominated the E3 awards. Worst boss was Millennia. That's why I like Civilization. You can send your princesses and princess to marry into other. Yeah, exactly. You do everything that is necessary for empire building. Bro, I'm going to have to get a PC to play this. It's a great game. I mean, it's such a good game. Shadow of War is a masterpiece. I hope. Yeah, Shadow of War was a great game. Elden Ring is just like every other crappy Dark Souls game. Dying Light 2 is my latest. Diablo 4 absolutely sucks. Diablo 4 looks like war. It looks like World of Warcraft. That's what it looks like. It just looks like World of Warcraft. I mean, the game looks boring. I watched the gameplay. This game looks so boring. Everything's from an aerial vision, and you're like, okay, moving around here. Okay, oh, I did this with a weapon. It just doesn't look like fun. I played a little bit of the first Assassin's Creed. I found Assassin's Creed to be very redundant and tedious and repetitive. I remember in the first Assassin's Creed, you had to crawl up all these towers and then jump down into a haystack, and it's so tedious and exhausting. I wasn't crazy about it at all. The worst screw up ever was Last of Us 2. Couldn't even bring myself to play it. Yeah, it looks like garbage. Oh, Poland, the Polish music just went downhill from there. Hold on a second. Let me get some different music here. Let me get some different music here, guys. Dying Light 2 is much better. Okay. If I have to run away from 80 zombies, I just don't want to play it. I'm just not interested. I got to have guns. What's a zombie game without guns? I don't want to run. I got to go run and get a crowbar. I'm not interested. It's so boring. Give me a damn shotgun. I'm not going to be fighting those zombies with a damn crowbar. The worst. Let's see here. Melania makes all those bosses look easy. I don't want. You know what? I never finished playing Elden Ring. I never completed that game because I was just so tired of playing Elden Ring. Oh my god, I was so tired of it. And Resident Evil 4 came out, and I was so happy. The remake, the RE4 remake came out, and I was so happy. And you know what, dude? I was so sick of Elden Ring. I stopped playing games for like 3 months. No video games for like 3 or 4 months. No damn games. Got my hands on RE4, the remake. Couldn't stop playing it. Like, damn, it feels good to be back playing video games. Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice was amazing gameplay. Okay, I haven't played Sekiro. I heard it was very difficult. Igor Litov Doomer playlist. Who's Igor Litov? Left 4 Dead was a great zombie game back. Yeah, I've seen the gameplay for Left 4 Dead. It's a very old game. Dude, Total War came out. Total War came out in 2006, and people are still playing it. That game is damn good. I'm halfway done. If I can continue streaming when this game is done downloading, I want to see if I can play it with you guys and show you guys the game. Like, this game is just a masterpiece. Hopefully it doesn't crash on me again. Rome Total War. Eventually I will. If I can continue playing Medieval 2, I want to play like the 18th century Battlefield games. Nearly missed the stream. Hello, Andre Peace. 117 Rebel. Play Rome Total War. Now, there's something I want to bring up with you guys now that I've talked about games for like an hour. I want to bring up this book with you guys. I finished reading this book a couple of weeks ago. I have started... The book that I'm reading now is The Histories by Laonikos Chalkokondyles. Chalkokondyles. Okay, some crazy long Greek name. The Histories by Laonikos. And this book, the reason why I'm reading it is because it has a detailed account of the fall of Constantinople, which is something that greatly fascinates me. But before I started reading The Histories by Laonikos, I was reading this book, Occult Renaissance Church of Rome by Matthew Hoffman. And I want to give you guys a book review for this book. I want to give you guys a review. So let me change the music a little bit to make the sound, the atmosphere more fitting for the topic. So here we go. Shut up. Here we go. And just saw Medieval Total War 2 has 10 out of 10 rating with almost 22,000 reviews. Yeah, it's a great game. I mean, that is the most addictive game I've ever played in my life. I've played Red Dead Redemption. I've played all these different games. And I can tell you right now, I've never played a game as addictive as Total War. Never. I've never played a game like this before. So anyway, I finished reading this book about almost 3 weeks ago. I finished reading this. This is about 650 pages. It's by Matthew Hoffman. And this book is about occultism in the Roman Catholic Church in the Renaissance period. In this regard, the book is extremely informative. The book is very educational. If you are interested in occultism in Catholic history, you will learn a lot reading this book. You will learn a lot about witchcraft, occultism in Renaissance Catholicism. You will learn a lot about how they were people who were deep in the Catholic Church who were into occultism. They were occultists. You will read about how the popes facilitated the spread of Kabbalism, which is Jewish occultism, in Europe. You will learn a lot reading this book. The beginning of the book is interesting. The middle section of the book, to me, is the best part. The middle is the best part. The worst part of this book is the last section. The last part of the book is the worst and the most tedious and annoying part. It's the part of the book where you have to force yourself to read through. And I'm going to explain to you why in a moment. But first, I want to tell you about everything that I like about this book before I get into the negative. So, if you are fascinated with, like I said, occultism in the Catholic world, specifically in the Renaissance period, this book is very informative. Matthew Hoffman has done a lot of homework, and he's done a lot of research. You can look at the references, and you can see that he's well read, and he's done a lot of research. Now, one thing that I like about this book is that he quotes different authors very extensively. So what I mean by that is that probably the majority of this book are actually quotes from other books, which is great because I'm not really just getting Matthew Hoffman's opinion. I am getting the research that has been done by professors and scholars. And he gives you the references for all the quotes, so you can go on Google Books and look them up and get some more information for yourself, and you can do some further inquiry into the subject that the quote is talking about. So the book leads also to more research that if it gives you something that you're interested in, you can then look up the book, or you can read more up on it. But the great thing about the book is it does something that most authors don't do, and that is it quotes extensively. I'm a firm believer in quoting a lot. I like to quote a lot of things. Why do I like to quote a lot of things? Because quotations provide substance. It's not just my opinion. It is the position of someone who has studied the issue. It is the opinion of a first-hand account. It is the opinion of someone who is a contemporary source. It's an opinion of someone who's been there or has done a lot of research on it. And so it doesn't just give you an opinion, but it backs the opinion up with the knowledge of people who are learned on a particular subject, whatever the subject may be. So that's what I really like about the book. I'm not really, most of the time when it comes to the occult in the Catholic Church in the Renaissance period, I'm not really reading Matthew Hoffman's opinion most of the time. Most of the time, I am reading academic work looking at this book. So that's something that I really appreciate. Again, the book is very influential. Not influential, it's very informative. It gives you a better understanding of Pope John Paul II's theology of the body. Pope John Paul II talks a lot about, the sacredness of the human body and things like that. But John Paul II also talked about, the importance of nudist artwork. And the book tells you, it shows you how the Sistine Chapel is actually just the theology of the body that John Paul II was expounding on. So John Paul II wrote his theology of the body, but he himself stated that the Sistine Chapel was the physical manifestation of the theology of the body. So the theology of the body of John Paul II was simply an explanation of nudist Catholic artwork, or it was the explanation for nudist Catholic artwork. That's all it was. The nudist artwork in Catholic churches in the Renaissance was so controversial that eventually these statues had to be covered, like the private parts had to be covered. John Paul II came along and said, denude it all, show everything. Let's go back to nudity. So John Paul II wanted a return to Renaissance nudist artwork. And the other thing that the book talks a lot about is how there were popes who were into paganism, like popularity towards paganism. For example, like Alexander VI had an image of Isis in his room, things like that. And then also Alexander VI would give his blessing to the occultist work of Pico della Mirandola. Pico della Mirandola believed in syncretism. He believed in syncretism between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, and paganism. And if you look at the people who were behind Vatican II, they were influenced by Pico della Mirandola. So the book tries to make the argument that there is a continuity of ideology from the Renaissance period to our own modern time. And so the Vatican II is simply not it's not really a new innovation. It is simply the church exposing an ideology that she has had for a long time. And that's what the book is arguing. This part of the book I find to be extremely interesting, fascinating, very informative. One way that I could tell if a book is interesting me is I can't stop reading it, right? If I want to continue reading a chapter because it's giving me stuff that I have never heard of before and it's stuff that really fascinates me, I will continue reading it. If I'm falling asleep while reading a book, that's a sign that the book's not that interesting. It's like a movie, right? If I'm watching a film and I'm like, oh my God, what's going to happen next? That's a sign of a good film. If I'm watching a movie and I'm like, oh my God, when is this stupid scene going to end? That's bad directing, right? If you're watching a film and you're having to struggle while watching it and you're thinking, oh my God, when is it going to get interesting? Oh my goodness, when is this film going to get fascinating? When is this movie going to be interesting? When is it going to pull me in? When? And I think you can have a little bit of those moments in a film, but if it's like half the movie, it's a bad movie, right? Or if it's the whole movie, it's definitely a bad movie. So if you're falling asleep while watching a film, that's also a sign of bad directing. It's not an interesting film. If you're watching a movie and you're like, oh my God, what's going to happen next? Oh my goodness, I want to know more about this. What happened in that scene? I want to know more about it. That is a sign of a good film. Same thing with books, no different. If you're falling asleep reading a book, it's probably not a good book, or maybe you're just really tired. But if you're falling asleep while reading a book, more than likely you are not that interested in the topic that the book is talking about. Now, the beginning of the book and the middle of the book are the best part. The middle part of the book is the best part. The beginning is okay. The middle of the book is the best part because he really, really gets into the meat and potatoes of the topic, which is what the title says, which is occultism in the Renaissance, right? This is why you read this book. You read this book because you want to learn about occultism in the Renaissance Vatican. You don't read this book for any other reason. This is the reason why you pick up this book and read it. You read the title. It says Occult Renaissance. Oh, awesome. The problem is, here's the thing about this book. This book should have ended after the last chapter in the middle of the book. Because like I said, the beginning and the middle are interesting. The middle is the best part. The last chapter on the occult should have been the last chapter of the book. Do you see what I'm saying? The last chapter in the middle part of the book, which is the last chapter on the occult, should have been the end of this book. Because he goes on for like 80 more pages talking about, guess what? The Jews. And this Hoffman guy, he's a trad Catholic. And he's going on and on about the Jews to a point where it's not even balanced. It's not even a balanced viewpoint. Like Hilaire Belloc, I would say, had a balanced viewpoint. This guy doesn't have a balanced viewpoint. And let me give you guys an example of what I'm talking about. There's a part of this book that is so... It's just so unhinged, guys. Now, there is a part of the book where he talks about the Vatican sex scandal. I thought that chapter was really good because it connects to the depravity of the church, the depravity that's in the church. And he talks about, like, he gives you all these modern day examples of how the Catholic Church covered up for pedophilia. I think that's very informative and important. But let me show you guys here. There's a part of the book that is just unhinged. Let me try to find it for you guys. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Just enjoy the music for now. Hold on. As I try to find this. Oh, here it is. Okay, here we go. All right. All right. So there's a part here, right, that was just so weird. This part was so weird, I underlined it, and then I put in the margins, WTF. Look what he says here. He talks about the Holocaust, right? This is the problem that I have with trad Catholics. They just get weird. It says, therefore, when calamity befalls the rabbis of Judaism and their adherents in one Holocaust or another, why do supposed Christians regard it as shocking or an injustice? What in the hell are you talking? What? Therefore, when calamity befalls the rabbis of Judaism and their adherents in one Holocaust or another, why do supposed Christians regard it as shocking or an injustice? So in other words, if I see Jews being butchered in a Holocaust, I should not consider it to be an injustice, according to Matthew Hoffman. Do you see what I'm saying here? Do you see why I say that the book should have ended on the last chapter when he talks about all the weird occultic pedophile stuff in the church? That's when the book should have ended. Like, great, end it. Nope, we have to get now. So now, basically, he's saying, okay, now that I've given you all the interesting stuff, the reason why you bought the damn book in the first place, let me now pull you into my world of unhinged wackiness. Unhinged trad Catholic insanity. Here we go. Let's talk about why you shouldn't feel sorry for Jews when they're being butchered. It's just unbelievably unhinged. It is so unbelievably unhinged, guys. Now, he does get into things about the Talmud that are very interesting. He exposes parts of the Talmud that are very disturbing. Very disturbing. But that part is what disturbs me. When calamity befalls... Now, listen. You want to expose the Talmud? You want to expose the evils of the Mishnah and all? Please do so. We need more people talking about that, by the way. We need to learn more about that, I think. That's important. To learn about all the weird stuff in the Talmud... By all means, let's talk about it. There are Jewish people who talk about this subject as well. I don't have an issue with that. But to say when calamity befalls the rabbis of Judaism and their adherents in one Holocaust or another, why do supposed Christians regard it as shocking or an injustice? So I shouldn't consider that to be an injustice according to Mr. Hoffman. And that is what drives me crazy about trad Catholics. They can't just speak in a balanced way. They can't just say, okay, here's some problems with Judaism. Here's our problems with Judaism. Here's why Reformed Judaism or Rabbinic Judaism is wrong. Here's why Christianity is true. Here are the problems with this, the problems with that, right? Getting into specifics. They will start lashing out, going full-on schizo. They go into full-on schizo mode, and they're like, oh my God, the Jews. And why should we feel sorry for them if they're being butchered in a Holocaust? And this is what happens when you do not have true Christianity. When you don't have true Christianity, then you speak of things without love. When you speak of things without love, then the fruits that you will bear will be ones absent of love. Rather, they will be ones of hatred. Vile, unhinged, schizo hatred. And that's the problem. And I have to ask myself, why are trad Catholics so damn unhinged? They are ridiculously unhinged, guys. They're so crazy. I knew a priest who was Croatian, and he didn't say, "Here's my problem with Serbia. Serbia did some messed up stuff to us back in 1990, whatever. Here's what happened, blah blah blah." No. He said the Ustasha were great Catholic men who were working towards their salvation. And when NATO bombed Serbia, I gleefully watched as the Serbs were slaughtered. This is what he told me. Why do you have to be so unhinged? Why can't you just say, here's my problem with Serbs. They did this to our people, blah, blah, blah. But we did some messed up stuff as well. You can acknowledge that, right? Why can't people just acknowledge things? There are Jews who are corrupt. They are Jews who are corrupting society. They are Jews who are evil. Yes, all this stuff is true. They are Jews. Let's name them. Give me the names. George Soros. Be a little bit more creative than that. Everybody knows about George Soros. And we can talk about that. We can have that discussion. But if we do not have a balanced discussion, what ends up happening is violence. That's it. Simple as that. Violence. That's what goes on. When you start telling people, the Jews, making these broad brush statements, what good does it do? What good does it do? Silver asked me, hold on, what are your thoughts on the Jews? Silver, what are your thoughts on, you know how unhinged this question is? What are your thoughts on the Jews? Tell me. Write it right here. We're all waiting. Write your thoughts on the Jews right here. It's like saying, what's your thoughts on white people? I don't know. What's your thoughts on Chinese people? What's your thoughts on Japanese people? I don't know. Like, what do you expect someone to say? Oh, it's like someone come up to me, Ted, what's your thoughts on Mexicans? Oh, I don't know. They watch soccer all day. It's like, what do you want me to say? It's such an unhinged question. Yeah, Henry Kissinger. Sure, yeah, definitely. Definitely. And we can talk about that. We can have that discussion. But to sit there and say, make these, like I said, these schizo statements like F the Jews when they're being killed in the Holocaust, that is insane. That's just insane. And this is the reason why when I talk about the Lebanese Civil War, I will always bring up Sabra and Shatila. Yes, we can talk about the Damour massacre, but we should also talk about Sabra and Shatila when the Maronites butchered thousands of Palestinians. That was wrong. That was wrong. And we should be able to say that was wrong. It's like great example. People who are pro-Hamas, forget that. People who sympathize with the Palestinian cause, you ask them, can you condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th? Well, I want to condemn the occupation. No, can you condemn what happened on October the 7th? No, I want to condemn the occupation. Okay, we can talk about the occupation, and we can talk about abuses that have been done to Palestinians, and believe me, there have been abuses done by the Israelis towards the Palestinians. That is true. We can have that discussion. But can you at least acknowledge that what Hamas did was wrong? Well, I want to talk about the occupation. So what you're telling me is that you don't think that's wrong. People are so unhinged. They can't believe. And I must say, Piers Morgan has been somewhat of a voice of reason in this whole thing. Maybe it's all an act. Maybe it's just a British game that he's playing. I don't know. But a British TV game that he's doing, propaganda in England are pretty well connected. Maybe it's all just a propaganda scheme. I don't know. But he has been something of a voice of reason. And he's like, well, why can't we condemn Israel and condemn Hamas? Can we just do both? Or do we have to just condemn Israel? So that's the issue. There's no balance in anything nowadays. It's all crazy. It's all generalizations. We're all waiting for Silver's whatever. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I have very little faith in humanity. very little faith in humanity. But it's like, I've seen these trad Catholics and the way they write, and not just trad Catholics, people who convert to Eastern Orthodoxy. Now, if any of you guys are listening, help me out here just for a second. Why do converts to Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, why do so many of them have this tendency towards Nazism? I've noticed this with people. They convert and they're just like unhinged. The Jews this and the Jews that and the Jews this, Jew. Silver says the Jews had him coming. Okay, so we got our Nazi here. Got ourselves a Nazi. All right. And this is what happens when you bring up criticism of the Jews, or when you bring up, if you warn people about it's such evidence for what I'm saying. It so proves what I've been trying to tell you guys about. When you warn people about the coming hatred towards the Jews, or the rising hatred towards the Jews, people come up and they're like, "We hate Jews." Like, "You're wrong, Theodore." "Oh, why am I wrong?" "Because I hate Jews." "Oh, wow, thanks for proving my point." Thanks for proving my point. Thank you so much. People be proving my point all the time. It's like if I say, you know what, there's a big problem in the Catholic Church of covering up for pedophiles. Let me give you guys some examples. Here's Father O'Doyle, Father Connor, Father O'Connor, Father Merkesheimer, Father so-and-so, Father so. And these guys are all pedophiles. You see right here. All these guys are pedophiles. And the church is covered up for all of them. And then I get a bunch of commenters coming out and saying, "You're absolutely wrong. Father O'Connell's a great guy. But here's all the evidence that he's a pedophile. And here's all the evidence that the church covered up for it." But that doesn't matter. Father O'Connor is a good man. Well, you're just proving my point that the Catholic Church has a pedo problem, and the problem does not just stem from the leadership, but the congregants who are the gird. They are the undergirding for the leadership. It's not just the cardinals, it's the people underneath. It's the same thing, but people love to prove my point. If I say, great example of this, if someone comes out, like Pope Benedict said, Islam has spread by the sword. Islam in the past was spread by the sword. And a bunch of people started rioting. Well, what are you proving? You're proving that Islam is a violent religion. It's like, I don't hate Jews. I just hate Jews. I don't hate Jews. I just think that the Jews had it coming. Wow. You're proving my point. My point is not that what some of the things that you're saying are wrong or incorrect. What I'm saying is that there is a rising hatred for Jews. That's it. That's it. You have to you have to say it, and then you get a response, and the response proves your point. Now, if I said, "Man, there's a lot of anti-Semites out there," and a bunch of people put comments saying, "What are you talking about? I've never met an anti-Semite in my life," then that would be one thing, right? Maybe you're wrong. Maybe your perception is wrong, right? Then you would have to perhaps review your perception of things. But that's not what this is. This is one guy on YouTube saying, "I think there's a little bit too much Jew hatred going on," and a bunch of people come up and say, "They had it coming. Oh, the Holocaust? Yeah, well deserved." "Oh, well, you're a Nazi." "No, I'm not a Nazi." "Well, you're also a liar." Goodbye. That's why I got rid of him. I don't like people who are bad faith like that. Seems to be a new trend lately with people converting to Catholic. I've seen this before. You'll meet people who are evangelical and they're the nicest people ever. Then they become Eastern Orthodox and they're just full of hatred. I don't know what happened to them, or Catholicism. And they're just like, "Oh, I hate the damn Jews." Like, what the hell happened to you, buddy? It's that their ideology is their religion and their hearts really haven't converted to Christianity. You had to live it to believe it, Theodo. How many things are true that we don't exactly? Absolutely. And it's amazing. Listen, I knew a Catholic priest who was a complete predator, Father Michael Yarbrough, Monsignor Michael Yarbrough. And you can go on YouTube right now and look up Michael Yarbrough, and you will see his funeral. Look how many people showed up in his funeral. A lot of people showed up. And you have priests going on there giving eulogies for this guy, even though this guy was a monster. He was a monster. And you have clergy people praising this guy. Oh, he was an amazing priest, amazing father. He was a monster. And a quick Google search would reveal that he was a monster. Why are you praising him? Why are you praising a sexual predator who sexually assaulted a young man who was mentally handicapped? He literally sexually assaulted a young man who was mentally slow. And you're telling me that he was a great man. Why have wolves when you have priests like this? Why invite the wolves when you have shepherds like this? You had to, yeah, it's completely crazy, It's completely crazy, guys. My Medieval 2 download is almost done, guys. If I can just keep streaming and keep enduring, we can finish the download, and then I can show you how great this game is. But hopefully my saves are still intact. How long have I been talking? 2 hours and 37 minutes. Hot damn. All right, here we go. Let's see here. I need faster internet. Yeah, I have some very third world internet. Oh, by the way, something I want to show you guys. You know the whole Illyrian controversy? Oh, gosh, I can't believe I'm getting into this. It's kind of exhausting to do, but you guys know the whole Illyrian thing? Well, for many decades, there has been this controversy of who are the true Illyrians, as if anyone gives a shit. The Illyrians were an ancient European people who lived in ancient Europe, and they lived in the Balkans. And the Serbs and the Albanians both lay claim to this ancient people. And the Albanians say that we are the true Illyrians. And the Serbs say that, no, we are the true Illyrians. Which one is correct? Was Alexander the Great Greek, or was he a Slav Macedonian? These questions are extremely pertinent to the world today. Very important to answer these questions. These are some of the great questions that humanity has been asking since time immemorial. And I believe that it is important to address these questions. So here we go. Lynikos, in his histories, he actually addresses this. He actually tells us which ones are the true Illyrians. Is it the Serbs or the Albanians? Let's get right to it, okay? Hold on. Here we go. You didn't know about this? You're about to. You're about to hear about this, the truth. I gotta find the section on the Illyrians. Is there a freaking index in this damn book? Not a single index in this damn book. I gotta find it. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I found it. So, he says right here that the Serbs may well be an Illyrian people. There you go. The Serbs are the Illyrians, everybody. And he goes on to say, those who venture an opinion about the Illyrians would be wrong were they to say that they are the present-day Albanians. So that's how old this controversy has been. This controversy has been going on for over 1,000 years. I thought it was just something that Serbs and Albanians argued over on YouTube comments. You know, you read the YouTube comment section, and the Albanians are like, we're the Illyrians. Serbs like, ha ha ha, no, you're not the Illyrians, we're the Illyrians. I thought this was something that was just limited to the YouTube comment section 20 years ago. But it turns out that this argument has been going on for over 1,000 years. And Lynikos says right here that the Serbs are actually the real Albanians. And he says that those who venture an opinion about the Illyrians would be wrong were they to say that they are the present-day Albanians. I do not accept the premise of the argument that the Albanians are an Illyrian people. The question has been answered. The Illyrians were Serbs. Serbs are Illyrians. There you go. We got this shit covered. Here on the live stream, man, answering some of the world's great questions. Here on this live stream. You just heard history. Download. How long is this going to take? Here we go. All right, guys, let's do music. Oh, let's do music, guys. Come on. We're going to do music. We're going to do some music reviews, musical suggestions, if you will. It is time for Slovakian Chris's music, or is it too soon? If you want to send me some Slovakian music, send me whatever you want. I was listening to the history lesson, but I was in and out of the room and gonna have to get through. No worries, man. I'll make a video about it, a separate video, because it is a very, very controversial question. You know, who were the Illyrians? Are you playing the game with mods or vanilla? What is this vanilla stuff? What is vanilla? I don't understand. Vanilla ice cream? I don't get this. Mods versus vanilla. What's the difference? I don't get it. Oh, the basic release version. Yeah, I'm playing the vanilla. Oh, I'm playing the vanilla. Yeah. The standard version. Oh, yeah, I got vanilla. I'm totally vanilla. Yeah, I totally got that vanilla thing going on. Oh, I see. Do any of you guys play World of Warcraft? Is that a thing? I tried playing World of Warcraft, and it's so boring, this game. Not interesting at all, World of Warcraft. It's kind of fun. It's not too bad. It's not the worst game I've ever played, but it's... I don't see what the big deal about it is. Yeah, I know. I used to play WoW like 13, 14 years ago. Wow. Do you play on a PC? I play on an Apple. It's just such a boring game. It's so boring, this game. Nothing interesting about it. Wolfenstein is... I think Wolfenstein Old Blood is one of the greatest games ever done. I love that game. I love the story, and I love the way that... I love the way that it just is arranged. Like, I love how the story is arranged, and I love the music. Yeah, I didn't get it either. But Wolfenstein Old Blood was really good. Wolfenstein was it New Order or something like that? The first seriously good Wolfenstein game was good. Mass Effect Trilogy would have been legendary, but they totally botched the endings. Do you know what was a really cool game? Was Metroid Prime on the GameCube. That was a really good game. If you like air combat games, I recommend the Ace Combat games. Have you ever played Flight Simulator? That's a really good game. The original Doom, that's where I know of Wolfenstein, or where it originally comes from. Yeah, Doom and Wolfenstein, they kind of have an overlap from what I hear. And then in the last Wolfenstein game where he plays with his daughters, there's a scene in the end where the guy Glaskovitz, he says something like, "I was in a new world and it was dark and it was crazy." And some people say that he's actually saying Doom, and he actually went to hell. You should check out the game called Pray for the Gods. It is a lot like Shadow of the Colossus. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Pray for the Gods. That sounds interesting. Let's check out the gameplay. This game came out a year ago. Let's check out the gameplay. Oh man, this game, it looks like one of them old school like N64 games or like old school PlayStation games. It looks pretty good, actually. Oh, wow. A game that looks really good is Bannerlord. Oh, that's a game I really want to play. I played it when I was a kid. Crashed the planes, yeah. GTA. Oh gosh. Alright. GTA Online is fun. Is so fun. Fight with so many Arabs. Wow. Damn. I wish I was a gamer. Well, you can start today. Happy weekend, brothers. You too, sir. You too. I couldn't get Wolfenstein Youngblood to work on my PC. I'll have to mess around with it. It's not the best Wolfenstein game. A lot of people hated it on it. I don't think it was that bad. I think it was... Some aspect of it was pretty fun, actually. The game before Youngblood was really good. It was a really good game. A lot of fun. I saw the movie Napoleon last Saturday. It sucked. The battle scenes and costumes all looked fantastic, but the rest of the movie was bad. Are the battle scenes really short? They're like 2 seconds type battle scenes. And also, Joaquin Phoenix talking in his regular weird voice is just bizarre to me. Start with just one step. Pick a book that is on a subject matter that really fascinates you. Pick it up and sit down and read it. Spend, I don't know, 10 minutes a day reading, 30 minutes a day, an hour at most reading every day, and you'll see. The great thing about books is that you will learn things about a subject that isn't necessarily easy to find online. Because you have historians who are writing these books, and these historians are going to the records, and these records are not on the internet. These records are in the archives in some library somewhere. So numerous times I have found something in a book that I've never heard of before. I thought, wow, where did this come from? So I'll go online, and I can't really find very much information on it. You can find a little bit, but not to the extent that you would find it in the book. So every time I see things like that, it always reminds me as to why it is better to, if you want to get in depth on a particular subject, I think it's always better to find some books on the topic and read it. Read firsthand accounts. Read books from people who were alive in a particular historical era that you want to learn about. And I'm telling you, you'll get a perspective that is not always accessible online. That's just from my own what do you call it? Perspective, experience. But I've been doing the audible thing, okay, that's fine. War memoirs and journals. Yeah, so if you're interested in World War I, read books on World War I. And a lot of times, every time you read a book on World War I, you're going to get quotes from those times. You're going to get quotes from letters and archives and documents and records and things like that. And you're just going to get a different depth on a particular topic. Researching the author, that's fine. That's totally fair. I don't always do that. I read the reviews for the book, and if people say this is a great book on this particular topic, I'll say, okay, I'll give it a shot. Just because you don't like the author doesn't mean he's wrong. You see what I mean? That's sometimes a shortcoming that we have, is I don't like the author, therefore I won't read it. Well, sometimes you can learn things from people you don't like. The download is almost done, guys. Do you like alternate history novels? I don't really like novels. If I'm gonna read about a particular historical period, I'm just gonna pick up a book about it and just learn facts and get information. Yeah, forming your opinion on author after reading a book is a much better idea, because you can say, okay, I learned a lot on this, like this book here. I don't really like this author. I don't. I think he's a weirdo. But most of this book, I agree with. And I learned a lot from it, was very informed by it. But again, you got to use, God gave you a filter. You got to use your filter. And you got to discern, what's wrong and what's true and what's false, and ultimately really what's just plain insidious, because a lot of things in this book are just insidious. If somebody is dying in a gas chamber, he's like, why are you shocked by this? I don't care who it is. If I see human beings, innocent people, just regular folks being pulled from their houses and they're forced into a gas chamber, I'm going to be shocked. I'm going to be disturbed by it. If I see, okay, these poor people were pulled out of their apartment and now they have to be experimented on by some guy named Joseph Mengele, that's bad. Yeah, I'm going to be shocked. I researched the author to see his previous books and to get an idea. Okay, that's fair enough. Check out the game Blight Survival. Okay. I want to play a good horror game. I love horror movies. I love horror films. Love horror movies. Ooh. Oh! I saw this. This looks really good. The question I have about Blight Survival... Yeah, the gameplay looks so freaking good in this game. The question I have about this game is when the hell is it gonna... Is it out? Or when is it gonna be out? Blight Survival on Steam. To be announced. So we actually don't know when this thing... But this game looks so awesome. It's ridiculous. Dead Space is a great first-person horror game. Yeah, but Dead Space is very much like RE4, which is a great game. Jesus Among Other Gods by Ravi Zacharias. I heard a lot of good things about Ravi Zacharias. Not released yet, but I can't wait. Dude, it looks so good. It's RE4 medieval version. It just looks so... I saw the gameplay. I forgot that it was called Blight, but I saw the gameplay. And I was just like, dude, the forest, the atmosphere, killing zombies in the Middle Ages. It just looks so good. Have you seen Interview with a Vampire? Unfortunately, yes, I have. Bram Stoker's Dracula. No, I have not. Those are my two favorite vampire films. Oh, damn. I never liked Interview with a Vampire. Fear is a pretty good game. I didn't have any idea who he was or barely knew of Ravi. Picked that book up, and after that, I was a fan. Wow, okay. A great book on Christianity that I have read is The Beauty of Christianity by Chateaubriand. René de Chateaubriand is an amazing book. It's a old... early 19th century Catholic literature. It's really good. But yeah, Blight, it just visually looks like the best game I've ever seen. I mean, the game looks so good. But again, there are a lot of these games out there that they talk about coming out and they look amazing, but they never come out. And you're just like, we're waiting, and it just hasn't come out yet. A lot of teasing out there. They're just teasing us all the time. Fear is decent. Okay, I'll check out Fear. Oh, this game. Yeah, it's an old school horror game. Xbox 360. Is it a good game? Like, is it actually scary? This game is getting close to finishing. Have you ever seen Apocalypto? Yes, it's a masterpiece. I've seen it many times. A great movie. One of the greatest films ever done. It's like Resident Evil mixed with chivalry. Yeah, it just looks awesome. It's just such a good-looking game. Bram Stoker's Dracula has a good cast, and it's pretty dark. Anthony Hopkins, Keanu Reeves. Wow. Silent Hill on PS1 was the first for real scary game I ever played. How about the original Prey game? I have to look that one up. How many GB? Gigabytes? Oh, it's like 25 gigabytes. Daybreakers was an interesting vampire movie. Yeah, I need to sit down. I recently watched this film called Incendies. It's a French-Canadian film that takes place mostly... The film revolves around the Lebanese Civil War. And half of the film takes place in current-day Canada or Lebanon, and the other half takes place in 1980s Lebanon. And let me tell you guys something. The Lebanese Civil War, one of the most depressing things I've ever read about. Lebanese Civil War. And this film graphically and accurately depicts horrors that took place in the Lebanese Civil War. It's called Incendies. Half of the film is in French, the other half of the film is in Arabic, so if you're going to watch it, make sure that you get yourself some English subtitles. Unless, of course, you speak Arabic and or French. But the film was very well done, beautifully shot, acting was very good. It was a very emotional movie. I felt very sad after watching it. One thing that I've noticed about myself is that I've watched a lot of horror movies in my life, and most of the time they don't really scare me. They just fascinate me. And a lot of times a good horror movie will be crafted in a way where it keeps you hooked on the story and you want to continue watching it. And that's why I like horror, right? It's dark, it's gloomy, but at the same time, there's a lot of suspense. It's suspenseful. It's interesting to watch. But they don't really scare me anymore. The films that scare me are films like Incendies. Now, I'm going to write it for you guys in chat so you guys can look it up. So, here's the title of the film. It came out in 2010. It's one of those hidden gem movies that not a lot of people talk about, but it's just really well done. That's the name of the film right there. Incendies. I don't know how to say that in French. Clock Tower 2, Sledgehammer Boss. Damn scary boss. Well, see, the thing is that they don't really scare me anymore. Like, I'll watch The Exorcist, which is considered to be the scariest movie of all time, and I'll watch Hereditary, and I'll watch Blackcoat's Daughter, and I'll watch The Witch, and I'll watch a lot of horror films. Sinister 1, Sinister 2, which were great films. Great movies, very well-directed films. But they don't scare me. They interest me, but they don't scare me. But The Lighthouse was not very good. No, I didn't like that movie. I thought The Lighthouse was very well shot. I like the texture of the film. I like the atmosphere of the film. It's very gloomy and dark. But what I didn't like about the movie was that it goes from being this fascinating looking movie that's beautifully shot, that puts you in this gloomy atmosphere that conveys a feeling of gloominess and dread. And it does a very good job in doing all of these things. But I don't want to watch a film that goes from being beautifully shot, very atmospheric, having a lot of potential, to literally seeing some guy masturbate to a statue of a mermaid. This doesn't interest me. So I did not like The Lighthouse. I thought it was a terrible movie. What pissed me off a lot about The Lighthouse was how it just wasted so much good potential. It just wasted so much. It could have been a perfect film. It was directed by the same guy who directed The Witch, which I really liked. It had great atmosphere. William Dafoe was a great actor. It wasn't scary at all. I did a film review for The Lighthouse. You can see it. It's on my YouTube channel. Look up The Lighthouse on my YouTube channel. You'll see it. It wasn't scary at all. It wasn't suspenseful at all. It was just very maniacal, fragmented, chaotic, and just annoying to watch. And it's, that's it. That's what I think of The Lighthouse. But this film, you see, but these movies don't scare me because they're not going to happen, right? I can watch The Exorcist, and The Exorcist still kind of disturbs me. There's that crucifix scene, that movie. That scene always gets me. But they don't really terrify me anymore. What terrifies me are the films that show the horror of mankind. Those are the films that scare me. Like when I watch City of Life and Death, which is a Chinese film on the Japanese slaughter of the Chinese people in the city of Nanking. That film scares me. Why? Because it's real. When I watched even films like The Siege, the film is about Islamic terrorism, but it's also about a dictatorial response to Islamic terrorism, and you have Bruce Willis as this military leader, and he's arresting anyone who's Middle Eastern. That's as someone who is Middle Eastern myself, that shit scares me. Oh, it creeps me out. We're gonna arrest you because you're Middle Eastern. No, that definitely worries me. When I watch Incendies, that film scared me. Because it's real. Almost everything in this film actually happened. And you see the massacres and you see this horror. You're like, these things actually happened in the 1980s. In the war between the Palestinians and the Maronite Phalangist. And it's horrible. It's horror. So the films that scare me are the ones that portray real horror. Real horror that happens in real life. The Exorcist is still creepy, but I know that as long as I stay away from demonism, I'm good. I ain't gonna play with the devil. So it doesn't really worry me. But what worries me are the humans who are influenced by the demons and who inflict the horrors of mankind. Oh, that stuff scares me. That stuff really creeps me out. Apocalypto, Schindler's List, The Pianist. There's that scene in The Pianist when he's with his family in the train station and he sees his family for the last time. And that's it. And then throughout the entire movie, he's running away trying to survive. I mean, it's such a masterful film, but it's a scary movie. To me, those are the real horror movies. How about I don't watch Hostel. I am messing with that. That's one thing I won't watch. I don't watch that stuff. It's too creepy for me. The Stoning of Soraya M. I have not seen that. Is that good? I can't sleep after watching. Drag Me to Hell ending. Drag Me to Hell. Think I've seen that. Drag Me to Hell. Isn't that the scene where a woman kills all of her rapist? Or something? Drag Me to Hell. Pretty certain I've seen this movie. Oh, no, I haven't seen this film, no. Pasadena, Hispanic couple seek help from a young medium, Sean Sandena, saying their son Juan is ill and hears evil voices after stealing a silver necklace from a Romani people's wagon, despite trying to return it. Sandena prepares a seance, but an unseen force attacks them and finally drags Juan to hell. Wow. Now, I'm reading here that a kitten is killed in the film. I can't watch that. I'm sorry. I can't see. I'm not gonna watch cats get killed. I can't watch that shit. I Spit on Your Grave. Now, this film I watched. Yeah, I'm pretty certain this is the movie where like the rapists are killed. Oh, that's this 1978, but they did a remake for it. I think I watched. Yeah, I watched. Let me see here. Hold on. Yep, I watched this. I watched the 2010 remake of I Spit on Your Grave. Yeah, that was a crazy movie. I've seen I Spit on Your Grave, a revenge movie. The Lazarus Effect was creepy and interesting. Lazarus Effect. Okay, I haven't seen that. I've heard of it. I haven't seen it. Lazarus Effect. 2015 Mark Duplass. Oh yeah, that guy. He did a great job. Oh, Creep. That's a really creepy movie. Creep with Mark Duplass. That is a freaky movie, guys. If you want to see a really scary film, watch Creep. Don't watch Creep 2. Creep 2 is stupid. Creep. That is one of the that is the creepiest film I've ever seen. And I'll just give you guys a little premise. It's about a guy who's in a house with a weirdo. And man, I was watching that movie and I'm like, hot damn. Reminds me of the Catholic Church. Let me see here. Is my game ready yet? I don't even know. Don't watch the 70s version of the scene where the main dude gets his... Oh, damn. Boo. No. No. You're on the top of Ish, Theodore? What does that mean? Wow, sounds good. The movie where the woman kills all of her rapist attackers is called I Spit on Your Grave. I don't watch horror movies unless they're based on real... That's a good policy to have. Dark humor in it, but ending is messed up. The real stuff, not make-believe, and creeps me out. Oh, okay. Descent is... Oh, I heard about The Descent, yeah. About the Mossad? I haven't seen it. What's it called? What's the name of the film about the Mossad? Defoe. Oh, Defoe is the reason why you watch. Yeah. I can see why. Talking about the lighthouse. Okay, is that game ready yet? App Store. Oh, damn. It looks like we're gonna play the game, boys. It still doesn't want to. It still doesn't want to open? Are there any nerds in the building who can help me out here? Any nerds in the building? Medieval 2 Total War Collection unexpectedly quit the last time it was run. Help me out here, guys. Somebody help me out here. The Danish Nazi should be a horror film. Yeah, I agree. I appreciate how balanced you are, Theo. Too many extremists. Yep, I know. I try to be a voice of reason here. Yeah, both the left and the right are just unhinged. Even Candace Owens, she's going into the whole anti-Israel thing, I hear. Creep is disturbing, and it's perfect in its portrayal of a... Yes, it is. Yes, Creep is a very perfect film. Not a perfect film, but it's a film that perfectly portrays a psychopath. And how he manipulates you, and then gets your guard down, and then gets you, and tries to kill you. It's just a crazy film. But if you want to see a film that's disturbing, watch Creep. No, the Mossad show on Netflix I've heard about only from one other person I get info on stuff like this from, but I still haven't checked it out. Okay, fair enough. Any nerds in chat who can help me out with this damn game? I love this game. Finally found a game that I really love, and after a long time, and this happens. I mean, it just drives me so nuts. Let me see if I can get this thing fixed. Let me see if I can get this thing fixed. Yeah, any nerds in chat who can help me with this thing? It'll start and then it crashes. Where are the nerds when I need them? I need the nerds. Where are the people who can tell me about Linux? Close all other programs running. Then I would have to end the stream. Let me see if I could. Let me close I don't think it's gonna work. Nah, it still doesn't work. Is it OBS? Maybe OBS is blocking it? Total War. I don't know. It keeps crashing. You can run the game in compatibility mode. Open the properties window of the game and tick the checkbox to run this program. Okay. Let me see. Hold on. Get info. No, that doesn't work. Clear the cache, probably a memory issue. How do I clear? What do you mean clear the cache? What do I? How do I do that? Clear the cache. How do I clear cache? Yeah, do Total War. Yes, Total War Medieval 2. It'll, like, the little icon will come up and then it just doesn't appear. The screen doesn't appear. It just says, "Oh, it crashed." Let's see here. Total War does not launch. Let me see here. Hold on. My Total War game does not launch. What do I do? Okay, hold on a second. It's not on Steam. Why is everybody's like, open Steam? I didn't get this damn thing on Steam. I got it from the App Store. App Store. This is so annoying. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, hold on. Open the Game Center application. Okay. Game Center application. Once in Game Center. What's game? Okay, where's the Game Center? Game Center. Okay. Log in using your Apple ID. You will be prompted to create a new Game Center account. Once again, log in, launch the game again. Video drive. I don't know, guys. I don't want to bore you with this stuff. So let's do some music. If you guys have any musical recommendations, just send them in and I'll start playing them. And as I'm listening to, I'm going to try to see if I can fix this problem. Okay. Open the game application, Game Center. I had McDonald's already. I'm not really that. Jesus Refulsit Omnium. Okay, here we go. How do I clear game cache on PC? Press the Windows key on your keyboard and then click the settings icon. This is a Mac, my friend. You got to help me out here. I'm a boomer with a Mac. Select system and then select storage. Select PC and click on temporary files. Select temporary files. Click remove files. Okay, hold on. I think I know how to do this on Mac. Storage. Manage. Temporary files. Yeah, I don't know where to. We are in Age of Capricorn. I also had McDonald's hut down. Arcade, create, work. Where's Game Center? How do I find that? Game Center. Oh, Game Center, okay. Profile. Allow connections with friends. This has nothing to do with anything. Okay. Let's listen to your musical recommendation here. This is a Jesus Refulsit Omnium, okay? All right, let's listen. I mean, it's kind of dreary. Kind of has that weird Christmas music sound to it. All right, so I found temporary. That song was kind of dreary. It's okay, but it's kind of dreary. That's for browser. I found all the temporary files. Should I just delete them? They sent me a banger on Facebook. Okay. Wow. All right, listen to this. Some Russian stuff, Ukrainian stuff. Amazing. Oh, Gorbachev. Okay. It's okay. There's like that kind of Soviet sound to it. What else do we got? Only God Forgives is a really good movie. Damn. Crash to Despot could be anything. I rebooted this damn thing several times. GTA 6 trailer to be released. Awesome. Oh, man. I don't really play GTA, so. I like the Russian music in the background. Yeah, it's nice. I can't hear the music very well. Oh, yeah, I should have. Yeah. Damn. The music, I put the volume on pretty low. Crow, Jim San Kim. Wow. Nice.
Yes, after.
Nice. It's nice. It's like technical, very technical. I'm not too crazy about it. There's no words, so I mean, it's just, to me, it's just. I knew a guy in Missouri who would play the guitar just like this, and he would hit it. I did it. I mean, it's impressive, but it's not. It's not inspiring. Next song is Seether, Save Today. Yeah, this is a good song. Anything by Seether is a good song. I mean. I gotta update my system. Okay, that makes sense. I'll probably update it after the stream. Mac OS Sonoma update. Yeah, I heard. Okay, I'll just do that.
Spoken words and songs unsung.
Right.
I never learned from my mistakes. I guess I don't have what it takes.
Yep.
I wish that I was strong, that I could walk away. All this time I've lost, I feel the cost repaid. So save today the secrets that you prayed for, and wait, 'cause we deserve it so much.
It's a very good song. Next one. Let's see here. Renaissance. Yeah, I'm just gonna do an update after the stream. I was like, dude, yesterday I was playing the game. I'm like, can't wait to play this. Show everybody in the chat this amazing game. I'm gonna play it. We'll have fun. Talk about the Roman Empire. Your science doesn't want to play anymore. Wow. My Fatherland is Dying by Imperia. Okay. Play this at my funeral. Sounds like great funeral music. Sounds like somebody just died. All right, next song. What's the next song on here? It just sounds like somebody died, but it is right. My country is dying, so. Wow. Wow. Yeah, somebody just died. All right, next song, Believe by Stained. Pretty certain I've heard this one before. Right on. Nice.
Sit alone and watch the clock, trying to collect my thoughts. All I think about is you.
Nice.
And so I cry myself to sleep and hope the devil I don't meet in the dreams that I live through.
Nice.
Believe in me. I know you've waited for so
Nice. This is just like 2006 all over again.
long. Believe in me. Sometimes the weak become the strong. Believe in me. This life's not always what it seems. Believe
Nice. I like it.
disappear.
All right.
Clock, trying to collect my thoughts, and all I think about is you.
Nice.
If you believe,
Nice. That's a good song. It's a very like early grunge, not early, but like post grunge song. As December falls over it, let's play this.
And I'm over it. Don't you all feel the same? Like you're to blame. Being fake is a brand new picture. Push aside, but I'm alright. I'm still surviving every day. And hear me out. I'm falling out of step with my own beat. And this might hurt just a little bit. Keeping me on the edge just a little bit. I've always been this into over it. Step one, nothing, never drink coffee. Step two, leave everything behind. Step three,
Yeah, it's very punky. It's not bad.
I'm not going home.
It's not bad.
One never, never drink on me. Step to leave everything behind.
It's a good feel-good song. I like it, actually. Helga, Alive Again. Oh, sorry, hold on. Edison Glass, Forever. Okay, let's give this a listen. Nice.
When I'm with you, I find myself.
I hate that shit. I don't like that reggae sound.
We will take this dance. This romance I've never let down. Your touch.
Not bad.
We're moved by the authenticity of your grace, given so abundantly. We're moved by the authenticity of your grace, given so abundantly. What is it about you that makes me believe?
Not bad, actually. Not a bad song. It's not a bad song. I like it. What's next? Here we go. Helga, Alive Again.
I'm trying to sleep, but I can't stop my thoughts from wandering in places I've never been. Just to find you, just to find you.
I like it. Nice.
I was in a tunnel and I met the monster. I fought with all my power. I never felt so weak, but I looked up
I'm waiting for the drop.
and I'm back on my feet again.
Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay. So this song would have been great if it had a drop, but there's no apex in the song, and I'm waiting for the apex, but there's no apex. It just kind of stays the same. It sounds beautiful, but it is anticlimactic. So that's my only issue with the song. But other than that, it's a good song. What else am I looking at here? Red-Handed Denial, Redefine. Okay, here we go. All right, so we're doing this dubstep thing. Let's see. Okay, hold on.
Holding your breath as the devil slips away.
It's a little too schizophrenic for me. I'm not too crazy about that type of drumming, that kind of dubstep drumming thing. I don't think it goes well with rock and roll. Let's see. Everyone by Edema.
I'm sick of the excuses that you want me to believe. I've been understanding, given everything you need. Using me is over now, it's soon.
Yeah, very much like Korn. It reminds me of that song. This feeling will be gone. And it's the lyrics of a song from Korn, but the song sounds very similar.
You're gonna say, I'm done with you. I'm done with you. I can't see you escape all the games that you play.
Very much like Korn. It's not bad.
All I know is that life is a struggle.
It's not bad. It has that kind of Limp Bizkit, Korn kind of sound to it. It's not bad. What else do we have? Pure Chopium sent me something. Okay. Here we go. I mean, I like the instrumentals in the beginning. It's charming.
Gospon Bog u svaku našu ranu s prstom pihal na sudnjemu danu, na den konečni, na den srditi, si fehtari i drugi bogci si, dokeh nikdo nikdar nič će držal ni. Kak oblak svetleć, beli, megleni, vek večne norme di su blagdanskoj belini, s mužikom i cvetjem, s rožmarini, džemantnej, samitnej, džunglaste.
All right, so I'm listening to a speech. I'm not listening to singing here. I like these instrumentals. Like the way that it's arranged is very nice. The speech, I have no idea what this guy's talking about. It's a speech. It's not really singing. This is okay. Nice. 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 Nice, very nice instrument. I like the sound of it. Almost LSD. Love spirals down. Wait. Almost LSD. Almost LSD. Love spirals down. Love spirals down. What's the name of the song? That's the name of the song? Or is that the band? What's the name of the song? There's a bunch of songs by this group. Which song are you recommending? Roy Soap. What else is there? Oh, I think I've seen this lady before. She's like Swedish or something. Not bad, actually. Nice. It's kind of dreamy. Not bad. Nice. I'm gonna save this one. This is good music. Good Times, Finger 11.
Something is stuck and underneath my
Ugh, I don't like it.
and the highlight. Are you feeling alright? Feeling alright. Please answer. I'm calling just to. I saw instead. I saw
This is okay. It's not my favorite. Queens of the Stone Age, Go with the Flow.
She said I'll throw myself away.
Nice.
They're just photos after all. I can't make you hang around. I can't wash you off my skin. Outside the frame, but we're leaving out. Won't remember in a way. I can go with the flow. Don't say it doesn't matter. Matter anymore. I can go with the flow.
Not bad.
You believe it in your head. To make it beautiful.
Not bad at all. It was a good song. Someone's asking, what was the name of the song? Which song are you asking about? Which one was it? Was it the one that what's his name sent me? It had like a guy. It was like a guy giving a speech. Is that what you're asking about? Oh gosh, what else do we have here? Just found out cold pressed. Okay, who cares? Oh, this Slavic song. Oh yeah, let me send it to you here. It's not on YouTube. It's on Spotify here. Let me put the link up here. Let's see here. Here, I'm just gonna put the link here. I'll put the link in the chat thing. Here it is. There you go, guys. There's the link. This is Grooves, Friday Night Radio. Let's see, what else do we got here? Super Snooper by the Oceans. Oh, gosh, I don't know. I'm afraid to even look this up. Super. I don't know why people back in the day thought this was good music. I don't know what was going on in people's brains, like if there was some kind of mass psychosis going on, but I don't understand how people thought this was good music. I just don't, I can't fathom it.
And it looks like every car on the street you will discover.
Yep, I know exactly what this is. This is some 1970s stuff. I don't like it. I don't like it. What else do we have here? Get Up Again by Flaw. All right, let's get out of the 1970s and let's go into something else here. All right. I like that background.
And infecting whomever it pleases. We've been living this way for too long.
I like this. This is good. I'm going to save this song.
Then I noticed a difference in the way that I saw other insects who were living a life of indulgence, sheltered by their parents. Such an unlucky existence, not given a chance to experience and make their own decisions. I wouldn't trade my own mistakes at all. Reach out your hand out for the one, two, even the ghost.
Has a good like grunge contrast there. I like the balance between soft and hard. Oh man, I like that industrial dreariness coming up. Okay. You guys need to understand, I came from the generation of The Matrix. I grew up watching The Matrix. Okay? Industrial music, Linkin Park. All right? That's what I've been listening to for much of my life. I cannot go from what's it called? The Oceans. Snooper. What's it called? Snoop Doggy Dog. Super Snooper. I cannot go from this. I can't go from this I can't go from this to this. Okay. I just can't do it. This is like, I don't understand it. I can't fathom it. My brain can't like this. It's just impossible. Never gonna do it. All right. But this rock song is good. I like this. Definitely gonna save this one. This is a good one. Chinkusi Nedadino Bozie Zveli Senye. Okay, whatever. Let's go. Croatia. Got it. He just. Oh, it's just the same song. Okay, never mind. System of a Down. Godsmack, yeah, definitely. Dream State, Comfort and Chaos. All right, here we go. All right, I'm liking the industrial techno sound. I like it.
Say that you want me, say that you need me, say that you want me, I don't ever like me.
I can't do it. I don't like those drums. I don't know why everybody's doing this now. This is like a new thing where everybody is just throwing in dubstep sound noise in every rock song, and it's just killing me. I can't do it. Yeah, I can't. It's like power rock stuff. I can't do it. It's like baby metal from Japan. I can't do it. Like this one has a good balance of drums. Right? Like there's a good balance of drums. But in these songs, these newer songs, it's just the drums just like a machine gun. It's not balanced. It doesn't, I don't like it. Nah, I can't stand for it. Low Life, Kid Rock. Here we go. Oh, yeah, here we go.
I'm a low life. I'm a low life. I got kids I never seen and
I don't like it. I'm a low life. I got kids I've never seen. Wow, and you're gonna make a song about that? Wow, amazing, great, awesome. That's more. That's something that we need more of. Okay, what else do we got here? I'm Like a Bird by Nelly. We all know this song. I've played this song before. We all know it. Black Veil Brides, In the End. Here we go.
or am I just a shell?
It's kind of like a mix between Armin van Buuren and metalcore. That's what this is. It's like Armin van Buuren, Euro trance music, and then throwing in some heavy drums. Yeah, it's okay. It's like trancey, but it has that weird rock sound to it. Joke, It Fits Me What are you gonna do? Is that a song? Last of the millennial generation, absolutely. I was born in 1990. Did you ever plan on writing a book of your own, Theodore? I've written 3 books. I wrote my first book when I was in high school. I wrote a second book when I got out of high school. And I wrote my third book in 2017. First book is, if I had to pick one out of all 3 of them, it would be the first. My first book is my favorite book that I've written. The third book that I wrote is the book that I regret writing the most. It took me 5 years to write it, and I spent 5 years of my life writing it, and I regret writing it. My name is Caro. Yeah, it's like Screamo stuff. If You Hate Someone by Vabo. All right. All right, here we go.
Funny how you think I could forgive you. No, all you do is hit my.
The first song you recommended to me was great. This song is just whatever. Lucas Nelson, Find Yourself. Okay, great. Is this Willie Nelson's son?
When you're mean to me. I know the love that I deserve, and I hope you find yourself before I find somebody else to be my love.
This is great music if you're installing hardwood floor, but I'm not going to actually like sit down and listen to this music. It's just not for me. I can see why people like it, but it's just not for me. Well, Kid Rock is just trash music. I mean, it's just garbage. I don't care if he shot the Budweiser cans. His music is garbage. All of Kid Rock's music. There's only one song from Kid Rock that I ever enjoyed listening to. It was called Cool Daddy Cool, and it was part of the As Moses Jones soundtrack. What else do we have here? Nightwish, Wanderlust. Here we go. Sounds like Sabaton. Ugh, no, this is Sabaton. Lou Reed, Perfect Day. Oh my God.
Go home.
Why does this singer look like a serial killer? I mean, really, look at this guy's face. Wait, no, never mind. I gotta pull it up here. Look at this dude's face. Doesn't this guy look like a serial killer? That's a guy, he killed 38 people, you know, it's like that, he has that serial killer face. Anyway, just a thought. This, yeah.
Such a perfect day, you just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on. Just a perfect day. Problems all left alone.
Weekenders on our own, it's such fun.
I don't like it. It just sounds so weird. It's just blah 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 blah. It's just like a music that I don't know. I just don't like it. It sounds like Louis Mangalo, Billy Mangalo, whatever his name is.
Perfect day. You made me forget myself. I thought I was someone else, someone good. Oh, it's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Oh, such a perfect day. You just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on.
I don't like it. It's just too hippie-ish, too like 70s for me. Dragons Fly by Shaman Harvest. Here we go.
Said I had enough of, well, maybe I can, 'cause it's all gonna end anyway. Tell me, doctor, what's the cure for the wicked man's blues? Fly dragon.
Sounds like every wait. You're kidding about? I'm not. Who? What? What are you talking about? You're kidding about what? I don't understand.
I burst through the trees. I walk alive. A dragonfly, dragonfly. When I come, give me a piece. I take my.
I don't like it. It's too. I don't know. Something about it just doesn't fit. Mr. Kitty after. Yeah, I don't like that song. It's kind of weird. Gives me Silence of the Lambs vibes. Sure, if you want to give me a song that I'll hate, sure, give it to me. Throw it at me. Sleep Thief with Jody Queen, Eurydice.
My heart, her beauty and ocean, my blind faith, you follow me with your hope and devotion. I sing to your freedom, I'm lost to release you. Watching life.
It's not bad.
You will be home when I've lost you.
This is kind of like, this is music that LARPers would listen to. That's what I feel like. Like LARPers would listen to this, and they're dressed up like fairies and elves and trolls, and they're dressed up like World of Warcraft characters, and they're listening to this and like, oh, I love this song, dude. They love this. She's so hot, the singer. Oh, I wish she was my wifey. I want her to be my wifey. You know, they got this whole like elf fantasy. They got the elf fantasy thing going on. That's what this music reminds me of. It's okay. It's not my favorite. Yeah, Mr. Mihovil. Yeah, it's Croatian guy. Yeah, go ahead. Send me something that I'll hate. I'll listen to it. What else do we have here? Why do you regret writing the book? I regret writing the book because the book was about Christian militancy, and I was writing the book with the hopes that one day I would start a revolution against the corrupt Vatican, and people would, like, I thought that people would take upon a more militant Christianity, and then I realized, oh my God, there's so many Nazis out there, and there's so many people who hate Jews, and there's so many people who are just racist, and I don't want to write a book that could influence those people, because it might influence them in the wrong way. So that's why I regret writing the book, and I'm glad that no one really bought the book, because I don't really want people to read it, because they would be we don't live in a balanced world. We live in a very extreme world, so that's what worries me. Luther's Army. All right, let's listen to this.
Like Luther's army and Abel's brother, I woke to find only to smother an angel fact at Satan's feast, where force of childhood and loneliness ceased.
I mean, it seems okay. It's just kind of boring. Like, there's no climax. It's very anticlimactic. Like, I hate these kind of songs that they just like. They're just like. Okay, where's like? Is there anything that happens? Does this thing lead anywhere? No, it's nothing. It's a nothing burger song. Okay. Anyway, guys, I'm done. I gotta get going. It was great talking to you. We had some great conversations. It kind of sucks that the damn game didn't work, but I'm gonna update the system once the stream is over. And yeah, have a good weekend. God bless you guys, and have a good weekend. And you guys just heard some theology. God bless.